Shout out to Bugsy on the beat. My brother from another mother. Bugsy on the beat. Let's check my brother out. Always keep that spot. My big bro Kev. Shout out to all the faithers for coming through, man. You know what I mean? We just gonna let it rock a little bit. Let it rock a little bit while I roll my splipper thing. Allow a couple more people to come on up into the chat. You dig what I'm talking about? Peace to the righteous gods and Nirvanian goddesses. It's your hostess with the mostest. Yeah, that's right. It's your hostess with the mostest. Burning like toast. It's Cosmo Cal, man. We're going to let the beats run for a minute. Then we're going to jump right into it. That's right. I'm right back like I left something. It's your homie Cosmonian checking back in from Etheria down here in Ooze, man. I just took off my space goggles. You know what I mean? Took off the moon boots. Threw on my my Uzi and duck walkers. You dig what I'm talking about? Because it might get messy, man. Might get messy. But we definitely want to clear up some things about the cosmogony of the universe and the essential knowledge of how to tell time. So as always, it's your hostess with the most is burning like toast is, man. You know what we come to do every time. You dig what I'm talking about? We come to balance all balances and check all checks because you know what happens next when you see the butterfly vortex. We're going to dip right up off into this one, man. We're going to get off into a book. You know what I mean? Which, by the way, this is Jehovah's Chronicle, number 68. We going fast, man. Seems like it was just yesterday we was doing number 60 with Daryl Cosmo. Now we at number 68. And we just keep building, you dig what I'm talking about, sharing that light from Jehovah. You dig what I'm talking about, out to my brothers and sisters. Shout out to the Nazarenes, the Essenes, and all the Israelites and faiths across the world, those who praise the great creator, irregardless of what you call yourselves or what you are called. You are proven by your deeds, your acts, and your works done to others. Shout out for all the early folks coming through: Stephanie Randall, Elijah Seven, Zachariah, Yashara, la 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 la. Shout out to my brother Zachariahu Yashara. You dig what I'm talking about up in here, man. Shout out to Dragon Lotus Meta Spiritual Society. That's my sister Sophie. Y'all check her channel out, man. Dragon Lotus Meta Spiritual Society. Let me just throw it up here so you can get a good look at it. Shout out to the sister Sophie. She brought up a good ass question yesterday in the chat. You know what I mean? You know, as brothers and sisters, we don't always agree on everything, but we always try to see it, first of all, from other people's perspective. Don't believe that your perspective is the only one. but we always yield to the higher light. You dig what I'm talking about? And the sister was bringing out some fire light yesterday. Yeah, man. What up, though, King? What up? What up? What up? What up? Shout out to Zachariah Yahoo, my brother, man. Faith, this brother right there. You dig what I'm talking about? Stephanie Randall up in the house. Peace. Peace to the gods, man. Peace to the creative gang, man. Thank you for everybody for coming in, man. Hit that like button. And ooh-wee. Blowing rose gold runts. You know your boy Cosmo. Stay off that ether. Let's get this off the screen real quick. This is number 68, y'all. Jehovah Chronicles, Cosmic Times and Lessons. Now, I want you to understand that this book was written 44 years ago, 1979. So he's going to say some things like, as we're coming up on the 100th year of Owaspy being written, that'll let you know really, truly how far we are. You know what I mean? But this is the great Jim Dimon. Oh, yeah. For all the faithers who've been doing any serious faithist reading, you've heard of Jim Dimon. He is also the ex-Catholic priest who brought out the hidden books of Enoch, the lost book of Lamech, and he brought out the lost book of King Og. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to Jim Dimon, man, where you rise in power, brother. You dig what I'm talking about? True OG in this thing, man. He really, and I gotta give him credit for this. He was the very first man to break down the timetables of prophecy and lay it out so everybody could see it. You dig what I'm saying? So we gotta give big shout out to the OG Jim Dimon. You dig what I'm talking about? Let's share my screen real quick. Let me go over here. 1 second, y'all. Let me go over here. Oh, before we do that, let's pay some bills.
Welcome. Why? Chronic, left, right, that's how come. Left, right, ooh, yeah. Ah, boy.
Selector, run the bass.
Welcome. Why? Chronic, left, right, that's how come. Left, right, ooh, yeah. Ah, boy.
All right, let me get to this screen share for y'all. Get to this screen share. Let's see how it's looking. Let me see if I can blow it up a little bit. How's that looking, y'all? I might could put a little something on that. Let me see just a little bit. Okay, that looks better. Let's take that off the screen. Okay. This is Cosmic Times and Seasons, putting it all together by the OG Jim Dimon. Cosmic Times and Seasons by Jim Dimon, 1979. This is the table of contents, but let's get right to it. Removing Owaspy's Enigma. After nearly a century, Owaspy remains a strange, mysterious book, unheard of by the general public, even in this land of its origin. nor has it been translated into any other language. See, Owaspy is written in English because it's the language of its origin. Yet, when the Father's kingdoms begins, Owaspy is to be known worldwide. Is that true yet? Is Owaspy known worldwide yet? I wouldn't think so. Per Jehovah's Kingdom, book 1 and 1, let's take a look real quick. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Book of Jehovah's Kingdom, source the Owaspy, chapter 1 and 1, right? Well, let's go back and look and see what it's saying. Let's go back, take a look, see what it's saying. Owaspy is to be known worldwide per Jehovah's Kingdom, book 1 and 1. Okay, now let's look. What does it say? In the early days of the Cosmogony era, right? So from the beginning of 1848, I guess, until, let's just say, 2 generations, 66 years, or from 1848 to 1914. In the early days of the Cosmogony era, after the revelations of the Father's kingdom on earth, right? So that leads us to an even greater day, because the revelation didn't come to 1881, right? So in actuality, the early years could be the first 200 years, which would be what is biblically known as a halftime. In the Bible, they talk about times and half times. Well, we know what those times are. 400 years span of time, or 400 years span of time is called a time. Half of that, or a half time, is 200 years. So it says, in the early days of the Cosmogony era, after the revelations of the Father's kingdom on earth had been published, so it comes after 1881. So that's 33 years out the way right there. And known abroad over the world. Are we at this time yet? Are the faith is still a small number, still relatively unknown? I would say so. You dig what I'm saying? Okay, just so this isn't my belief, you know what I mean? For everybody in the chat, if you believe Owaspy is relatively unknown, hit me with a 1 in the chat, y'all. Hit me with a 1 in the chat. Overall, do you believe that the revelations found in Owaspy are relatively unknown? Hit me with a 1 in the chat. Many, look at this. Hold on, let me go back. In the early days of the Cosmogony era, after the revelations of the Father's kingdom on earth had been published and known abroad over the world, many went forth in Jehovah's name to accomplish the new kingdom for the resurrection of man and for the glory of the Almighty created gang, man. Peace to the righteous gods and Nirvanian goddesses, man. You bring them, we raise them. This is what's going on today, man. What will bring about this change? We still asking that question right now. What's going to happen that's going to get this revelation out there to the masses? Because if you actually sit and read Owaspy, I think many of the greatest contenders of Owaspy are people who come up against Owaspy just haven't read it. If you can show me anything negative in Owaspy, something evil, detrimental to self, that doesn't put you on a higher light and higher understanding on just about everything in the whole world or in the whole galaxy? You see what I'm saying? How do you come against that? You don't, if you actually read it. And after you read Owaspy and get a taste of truth, and you ain't got to believe that I'm saying this truth. Don't believe it. Read the book and then test it. You want to tell you why the faithists believe in Owaspy? Well, actually, we don't believe in Owaspy. We don't believe in it at all. We test that mug hard. Everything it say, we scrape it and try to find the truth and light in it. We didn't believe Owaspy. This is why we rock with it, because all it does is prove itself over time. Now, if you saying that you supposed to be some type of holy book, you dig what I'm talking about? From the gods, from the mouth of the gods. Well, you can't have no contradictions in you. You can't be talking about negative, lowly, earthly things. You're supposed to be speaking about that extra light, that higher light. Not about the stuff we know. You're supposed to be talking about the things we don't know. Owaspy is that book. Right on the cover, it says it is a primary. It is a primary for the spiritual advancement of individuals, groups, and humanity as a whole. As a matter of fact, you're going to realize this, that Owaspy is the only book of its kind. There is no other book like it. I've read them all. Don't matter what religion you go to. Now, because all the best lies have truth in them, you're going to find maybe a correlation in Owaspy to what the religious text is saying. But once you read what Owaspy is bringing out about this certain commonality, you see that the higher light of these great spiritual mysteries is now being revealed. See, what is the only thing better than prophecy, y'all? It's good to get some prophecy. It's okay to prophesy. But what's better than prophecy? Revelation. Let's get to it. In 1881 CE, or 33 years after the beginning of the cosmogony era, the world received the first. Faithist asked the other day, well, what are y'all going to do when new higher information comes, right? Just like Owaspy is revealing today, right? Owaspy tells us it's only the first, the very first fruits. So we already expecting more. But in the meantime and in between time, the new chapters of the book are written on your soul, gained through knowledge, through experience, and doing good works to man. That is the only way you can advance spiritually. That's it. There ain't no other way. If you ain't doing, you want to know what your spiritual rate is? Look at how much stuff you do unselfishly for other people. That'll tell you where you at. Owaspy that simple. We make it hard. So the faithist asked the other day, what we gonna do? We gonna read it. That's what we gonna do. We gonna read it. First things first, and then judge it. Owaspy reveals, Creator made us a perpetual judge. And if you don't read all these so-called holy books, you will be caught in a snare of your own making. All on you. Right? The world received the first volume, the first fruits, OSP, the book of earth, air, and spirit, of more revelations to come. So we expecting it. Escra 1 and 8. Let's go look at Escra 1 and 8. We just gonna slow it down. We just gonna slow it down a little bit. Hold on, we're gonna slow it down. Escra 1 and 8. Computer a little slow. Y'all got to excuse me. Computer a little slow today, but we gonna get it done. Book of Escra. Okay, let's go up here. Where I'm at. Okay, book of Escra. Come on. Sorry, this thing is going so slow, y'all. Okay, here we go. Go back up here to verse 1. Book of Escra 1 and 8. Okay. These matters shall be set forth and breathed in Escra, the fullness of which shall be open to mortals and angels in time near at hand. For they shall see and read the books in the libraries of these heavens of the earth, and learn to know of their own knowledge directly, not secondhand through a book, not third hand through JBN and the book. Right? We will what? What does it say? For they shall see. They shall see with their eyes, with their spiritual eyes, hear with their spiritual ears, and read. They shall see and read the books in the libraries of these heavens, and to learn, to know, not believe, to know of their own knowledge. Right? This is the skill being raised up in the cosmogony era, right? Let's go to chapter 11, 25 through 29. Chapter 11. There we go. Oh, that's chapter 2. My bad. Here we go. All right. Now, what we talking about, Cosma? That the world would receive the first volume of Owaspy, and more revelations was to come. So we done read about reading the libraries, the books in the libraries of heaven, and we in Escra 2, 25 through 28, and it reads, "For my gods," I don't like how that moves. "For my gods and high raised officers shall open to you their libraries of heavenly books." Let's see if I can blow this up just a little bit. "For my gods and high raised officers shall open to you their libraries of heavenly books, which shall yield up my treasures. I will make the angels of heaven know me and my word. They shall come together from their countless heavenly kingdoms and places, for my hand and my strong arm is upon them. The labors of my lower heavens shall be clothed in mortal words and handed down to mortals. This is where your Ezras come in. This is where your JBNs come in. This is what your Muhammad's were doing. This is automatic writing or automatic. Well, the scribes were automatic writing too, as Ezra was talking for a month straight. Why? Because Creator says in the 33rd year of the cosmogony era, 1881, the labors of my lower heavens, the atmospheric heavens, the lowest of the lowest heavens, right, which is the breathable part of our atmosphere, just above the clouds down to the ground, is called hell. So when they say we in hell already, yeah, breathe it in. Show take that spookiness out, don't it? Show take that burning part out when you learn that it's just the breathable part of the atmosphere, commonly called hell or Hada or Hades. So we understand that we're talking about this so-called underworld. So where is your God if he is the ruler of it? Good question to ask my Commission brothers. Where is the underworld? Huh? Do you understand the first resurrection, second resurrection, third resurrection, becoming a bride and bridegroom to Creator, and then emancipating yourself to the higher ethereal heavens? Is there a system for spiritual advancement in any of your religions? I would say no, but I would also lend towards the fact that if you lived towards the highest tenets of whatever your religion is, you did what I'm talking about, thou shalt not kill, do unto others as you would have be done to yourself. I think those two, and if I'm not mistaken, Yeshua agrees with me, all the rest of the laws hang on them. The labors of my lower heaven shall be clothed in mortal words, and speed, and handed down to mortals. My gods and my primal gods and generals and captains. Where does the word general and captain come from? Y'all think y'all just made that up? As above, so below. My generals, my gods and my primal gods and generals and captains shall uncover the proceedings before the heavens and the earth. So what they're saying is they are going to show you what is going on in the heavens, how it works, how it was made, when it was made, when it was going to be recovered, who run it, how is he supposed to run it? He said, Cosmo, what do you mean how he was supposed to run it? Go look in the book of Oren Othen. Oren Othen is not the God. It is how the God will proceed in the era he runs. In the 25th arc cycle, or the arc of Cosmon that we are currently in the 175th year of, the goddess, not God, the goddess's whole point is not to scrap your religion. She says she ain't no fixer up of old rags, but to reveal something higher to you. And if you want to attain to that, then so be it. But it's coming. And also to breed a new race. All the best of the best genetics in the world. The baby's not going to be thinking about skin color. They're going to be thinking about goodness and strength of spirit. They shall come together and be as one man with one voice, and their word shall be my word. Oh, their word shall be my word. Is that true today? I'll prove it that it is. I'll prove absolute fact. How is it that Selah Shalom, Malachi Maccabee, Daryl Cosmon, and Cosmon Cab have come together from the four corners of the world, having never known each other, having never met each other? Yet we all got a commonality, a oneness, a singularity, a love for the Creator. But more importantly, we speak what the Creator say. All our words, right? And the Faithists of America, their words, excuse me, this is why I don't like this app. And their words, the four horsemen, Cosmon Cal, Daryl Cosmon, Malachi Maccabee, Selah Shalom, shall be my word. For my prophets have proclaimed it abroad, that the time would come when I would reveal all things to men. When, Jaja? The Cosmon era. Now. Do you think they call this the information era for no reason? That we're getting all these revelations that was revealed in 1881 in a book that people keep rejecting because a white dude brought it? You dig what I'm talking about? That just really, it exposes your negative and low vibrational state of being. It doesn't prove that what's in a waspy is wrong or untruthful. It just proves that you're too low to actually get the light. It doesn't prove a waspy is wrong. And until you read it, you can't say I'm wrong. But when you go read it, and listen, for everybody who hasn't read it all the way through, what the hell are you waiting on, first of all? And secondly, it is so simple. A 4-year-old, 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, 4-year-old, 5-year-old can understand OWASP, understand its tenets, understand who, what, when, where, and why of the Creator, and learn how to advance themselves in Suis, in Sargis, or what is known as clairvoyance, clairaudience. For what? My prophets have proclaimed it abroad that the time would come when I would reveal all things to men, and things that were dark would be made plain, and things in the light made as heaven rejoicing. OWASP is full of details, an album of Earth history snapshots. There are snapshots of Adam, right, which is the Hebraic word, or Asu, which is the Vedic, or Eva, meaning life in the Hebrew, right? Of Abel, the iron, and Cain, the druk, etc. Abel inherited everlasting life, but Cain did not. Ahuan did, but the yak did not. Why? Thus it is with OWASP. The foundation and resulting construction are pictured, but the overall plan was withheld. What is it? Not as in nature is the unseen Father, the great spirit, the source of life, the creator, the mover, the quickener, and the destroyer. Unseen, he was therefore named with the vowel sounds of the invisible wind, E, O, Wa. These three vowels are variously pronounced around the world differently as Jehovih, or Elohim, or Edim, or Odin, or Egoquim, which is anglicized as Algonquin, Winowin, Sijois, etc. No idol, this is key, no idol or image or physical representation of the Creator or Him is possible. He is not visible. That brings up a lot of problems in the Bible. If the Creator is not visible, who Moses was talking to? Who Jacob wrestled? Who told Judah to go up and slay Benjamin? Uh-oh. No one has ever seen him. That is a problem. The Na, the I, O, Wa, spoke one or universe, spoke one verse. A one verse, which became the universe. And she is named with the remaining vowels, ah, or om. The physical side, the fe, the female, material or matter, or mother, right? The physical world, the seen, the visible, right? Negative, as in energy, not as in evil. Together, the amna, or the prefix omni, meaning all that is, or mother universe, and father Jehovah. In denial of Jehovah, the Creator, mortals call Amna Mother Nature, or refer to Jehovah's will as natural law. Book of Safah reveals that there is no natural law, only the will of the Creator. How does Jehovah speak to us? My voice is in all places. I speak in the vine and in the oak. My voice is in the rocks and in the wind and in all things without tongues. Ooh wee. I come not as a sound to the ear or words. I speak to your soul. The stars and the words. Ooh wee, hold on, wait, whoa. This the guy I serve. I come not as a sound in your ear. I don't come as words. I speak to your soul. The stars and the worlds are my written words. The book of 8, right? Chapter 1, 5, and 9. Those hearing me shall be called Tai, or faithist, right? For they are my word speaking in labor, not by words or books. Shout to the Creator gang. From all races, they shall become a new amalgamated race on the earth. What? From all races. So you so worried about being chosen, right? But have you choosing Jaja? Huh? Because guess what? It is from all races. From the amalgamated. So that means they're going to mix and produce a what's called in Owaspi an Omega Man. You ever seen all them Marvel books and DC comic movies and mutants and witches and warlocks? That's going to be our grandbabies. Huh? You ain't got to believe me. Believe Jaja. Take it up with Jaja. He said, I'm taking the best of the best with me, and all the best come from the faithists. From all races, they shall become a new amalgamated race on earth, dwelling in peace and practicing good works by associative labor, creator, get nang. Look, get into it. The cosmic cycles and progressions of the human race. When did human history begin? Like the rings on the trunk of a tree, cross section. The rain of dust on earth turns to rings of stone, which archaeologists use to measure time, aided by built-in atomic clocks. In Tanzania, Lewis and Mary Leakey discovered human remains that are millions of years old. Human history in Owaspy goes back a mere 78,000 years to the creation of Aram or Asu. The fossil record also showed that various stages of animal life existed and became extinct in cycles millions of years before the first humans appeared. Let's get that understood. Obviously, the Earth is magnitudes older than the third circuit of Savorcum and 24th Dani, given as the time of Eve, or who Eve is. A lot of people think this is a woman who birthed a man named Cain and Abel. Actually, Eve is the angelic host who accompanied the very first god, Sethantes, to the earth. But let's look at it. That's 2 and 29. Let's go back up here to the top. Book of Sethantes, if I'm not mistaken, 5th book. Thing going a little slow, man. Hold on. They ain't going a little slow today. Y'all got to excuse me. Let's go to my O. You dig what I'm talking about? My O seem to be a little faster. Let it download. Let me see. Let me blow it up a little bit, see how it looks. That's better. That's better. Okay, that looks a little better. Let me see if I can blow it up just a little bit more. Booyah. Okay. Okay. Okay, my friend, I'm reloaded. We got to go to Sethantes, my friend. We go to the book of Sethantes. He is the very first God. He tell you some things. He tell you some things. Second book. Hold on. Chapter 2 and 29. Let's go to 2 and 29, my friend. Let's see what they say. Right? Many faith this, right? And even myself, when I very first read this, right, I took this, right, which is 5 and 29. Book of Sethantes 2 and 29. Sethantes is the very first god of the earth, right? A lot of people, and even I, misunderstood this at the time. See, people don't understand that this is a time. We thought, or originally I thought, that when it was saying, now read, first of all, the eldest and oldest names of the great 5 continents are named. Look at America, Tori. Before it was Guatemala. Before all that, Turtle Island. Before all that, America. Very first name of this continent is Tori, right? And the record of the great serpent showed the firmament of Timyi in the third circuit of Savorcum, right? So that's 3 rotations of our sun around its sun, taking roughly 4.7 million years, right? And Dani 24 or 72,000. So 3, right? 4.7, roughly. We rounding it off and you'll see. But it gives you a date, right, of roughly 13 to 14.7 million, right? If you rounded it off, it's 14,174,175 years. If you're using this as the creation of the planet, or the time on the of or how long the earth has existed. But come to find out, this is not just the record of the planet, but how many times man has actually been on the planet. Dig this. 14.7 million years in different cycles. Watch this. Off and on, off and on. Watch this. Obviously, the Earth magnitude is older, right? Because it's only 14.7 million years. They say the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, roughly, right? We're going to see if that's right. We're going to do some calculations. Obviously, the Earth is magnitudes older than the third circuit of Savorcum and 24 Dani, given as the time of Eve or Evet Sithantis 2 and 29, right? Via radio telescopes, astronomers have learned that our sun has 2 distinct orbits in the Milky Way. The larger circuit around the galaxy, the larger is a huge circuit around the galaxy at a velocity of 200 miles per second. One orbit of our sun's around the galactic center is, look at this number, 239,161,000 years, right? Roughly 240 million years. Watch this. Watch this. Look at this. What they say. This is their understanding, right? Revealed even through science. Owaspy reveals that it's 239,316,000. And they got newer sciences that says it's even older, right? But let's look what it said. 230 million years. How did Owaspy know this in 1881? And is more on point than even the scientists. The galactic year, also known as the cosmic year, is the duration of time required for the sun to orbit once around the center of the Milky Way galaxy. This is a sun in the middle of a galaxy, a vortex, a giant vortex, way out here on this arm, right, is the Milky Way. And it take in our planet, we're gonna get to it. But just understand that Owaspy had this understanding in 1881, right? Owaspy had this understanding in 1881 that they didn't. Look at this. They bringing up Big Bang. Look. They have no clue. What they can see, they tell about, and then they try to tell you what the source is. But we see the spiral. We see the vortexian motion. That is our sun spinning around the galactic center. That is a representation. Right? Owaspy had this information they wasn't being bringing out to the 1900s. The larger is a huge circuit around the galaxy, right? Around the galactic center at 200, at the velocity of 200 miles per second. All right, let's go see how fast it moves. Oh shit. The solar system is traveling at an average speed of 230 kilometers per second, or 143 miles per second within its trajectory. And the reason the number is low, because remember, Owaspy is revealing that the number is 200, roughly 200 miles per second. Because we found out that this thing is moving, right? Look, at 515,000 miles per hour within its trajectory around the galactic center, a speed at which an object could circumnavigate the Earth's equator in 2 minutes and 54 seconds. That speed corresponds to approximately 1 to 1300th of the speed of light. The galactic year provides a conveniently usable unit for depicting cosmic and geological time periods together. By contrast, a billion-year scale does not allow for useful discrimination between geologic events, and a million-year scale requires some rather large numbers. Right? But you see the movement of the sun, look, up and down, undulating like a serpent. This is why they call it Tao Sang, the great serpent, the Grand Khan. Understanding how this moves is the Ankh. One orbit, 239,616,000 years. You think that's by chance Owaspy knew this? The smaller orbit is called Savorcum, right? This is around in Owaspy, right? In which our solar system, which is our sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, and the planets, right? Our solar system, right, is moving towards the constellation of Heracleon or Heracles, or what's commonly known today as the North Star, right? You go look in the Big Dipper, you go look for the North Star, you're looking at Hercules, right? It's a star. It is our sun's sun, right? We spin around our sun in our solar system. It spins around Hercules. Hercules and our sun both spin around the galactic center. It takes roughly, here's the exact number, one circuit of Savorcum, right? Now remember it said that it's in the third circuit of Savorcum. So 3 times roughly 4.7 equals 141. Right? .7 times 3, right? The third circuit of Savorcum, this 4.6 million year date, rounded up to 4.7 in Owaspy, just to make things clear and clean, right? For our sun, right, to go around Hercules, it takes 4.6 million years out of this 200 and basically 40 million, 239 million times. This day, this Savorcum, one circuit of our sun going around its sun Hercules is 52 of these. 52 of these make up one of these. Y'all get it? 52 of these. Third circuit. So it went around Hercules 3 times. This is what they're saying in the verse. It's a time. And the record of the great serpent showed the firmament of Timyi in the third circuit of Savorcum, right? And Dani 24. We're going to learn about what a Dani is. How long are there between Danis? These are what are called arcs, right? Right here, it lets you know a Dani cycle is 3,000 years average, and a circuit is about like I keep telling you, 4.7 million years. We like to be exact, so we do the math. Comes to find out, is 4.68 million years. But the crazy part is when you round up and you apply it to the chart, it works out exactly the same. It's crazy. That's one thing I noticed, like, man, it shouldn't work, but it works. And there are 12 Savorcums in the larger circuit or the solar system plate. In Owaspy, plate number 12, 182 edition, and plate 40, 1891 edition has been expanded to illustrate these two orbits. The larger orbit is not to scale, however, right? But this is just to give you a visualization. We're visual people, and we try to show you these things so you can wrap your mind around exactly what's being said. Scientists currently estimate the age of the Earth at between 3.5 to 4.5 billion years old, which is about 15 to 18 trips around the galactic center. So let me blow this up for y'all so y'all can get a good idea of what's going on. I want y'all to see the number one circuit right here. Boom, 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 boom. Turning counterclockwise, just like our galaxy does today. It doesn't turn clockwise. It doesn't go this way. It goes counterclockwise. Right? Right here. Right? For this orbit, here's our sun. This is our sun. See this little point right here? And it's moving counterclockwise. This is our sun. And this is the movement, right? Or the vortexian spin or orbit of our planet, of our sun, and its accompanying planets. This is called the Tau Sang, the great serpent, this orbit. Knowing this orbit, or Savorcum, right, is the understanding of the Grand Khan, the great Ankh. Right here it shows you called the serpent's orbit. It is a 4.6 million year. It takes for our sun to go around the North Star, which is called Heraklion or Heracles, known as the North Star, anciently called the Tau or the Bull. You dig what I'm talking about? So I want you to notice that this right here is a representation, right, of a 4.6 million year journey, right? But I want you to also understand and look at, even in that, the greater circumference of planets going around that are in layer or moving with our planet in the solar system. These are other planets. Right? So, and we are spinning our sun, we are spinning around our sun. Our sun is orbiting around the northern star. The northern star is right here on a 239 million year path around the galactic center over here. So let's break it down. Orbits in the Milky Way galaxy, right? The dashed line, right, represents orbit of our sun and neighboring suns around the galaxy, right? The dashed line, right? One circuit, right? 239, 616, right? Right here. Boom, 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 boom. And if you notice, our Earth is following Heracleon as it moves this way, right? It is moving this way. We are counterclockwise against it, moving that way also. Right? And notice, some planets are moving clockwise, some are moving counterclockwise, proving each one is in its own vortex, moving in its own orbit, doing its own thing. Right? This is the 239-year path around the galactic center. This is the 4.6 million year span of time for our sun to circumnavigate its sun. Right? So one Savorcum, one trip around the northern star, right? Or the orbit of the solar system, or the phalanx, the great serpent, the Tao Sang. One circuit of Savorcum is 4,608,000 solar years, or broken down in 365.25 day years. But look at this. 2,754,440 lunar years, right? Or velocity, right? 12 miles per second. So using the lunar calendar, you would round down 4.7 million years. The creator said I would give the sun and the moon as signs, a physical representation for something spiritual. So if they was wondering, well, Cosmo, how are y'all rounding all the way up to 7? Well, we're rounding down because we're using the moon. Isn't the Sabbath used to find what's holy? So we should probably use what's holy to reveal what's holy, especially when it's coming from a place we may not know, right? We want to be able to test it and prove it, right? Let me back out of this a little bit. Now, there is a simple explanation for all this. Worlds are jehovihs, or the creator's gardens, and thus the earth has growing seasons, which Owaspi calls sums. The book of Ashong 2 and 6, of 576,000 years, right, is a sum. There are 8 sums, 8 of these 576,000 year periods, right? And one of these lunar years, or the great Tao saying, the great serpent, or Savorkum. There are 8 of these 576,000 year sums in the 4.7 million year, chopped up into 8 sections, right? Called sums, per the book of Ashong 2 and 6, of 576,000 years duration each. There are 8 gardens, didn't I just tell you? In one circuit of Savorkum, in the history of man upon earth. So, right? The current garden is the 23rd, being the 7th magnitude or sum, a 3 and 3, in the 3rd circuit of Savorkum. Thus, the first humans appeared on Earth nearly 13 million years before Adam. The footnote on page 17 of Owaspy says, right, 13,172 years. But it was not the age of the earth. Remember, we had it wrong. Right here. Right? Owaspy says 13,172,000. But it was not the age of the earth, but of man on earth. Look. Hold on. Well, you can see what they did, right? Adana, right, is 3,000 years. You went through 24 of them, that's 72,000, right? 4.7 million, let's round it up, right? Times 3, right? Now, when they use the 13.172 million, right? They counting it from the 4.6. When you round it to the 4.7, 47 times 3 is 141. Right? So it just depends on if you're using the sun or if you're using the moon. But either way, what they're revealing to you is not that this is the age of the earth, but that so-called 13,172,000 is in actuality the years man has been on and off the planet cyclically. Out of these, right here, out of these 576,000 year sums, which we are in the 7th one. Currently, we're in the 7th sum, right? Like they say right here. So we've been through 6 of these 576,000 year periods. We in the smack dab in the middle of the 7th, right? Or the inhabitable Eoptian age, or the optimal time for animal and man to exist on the planet, right? We are smack dab in the 7th one of these. You go through one more of these sums and you complete one circuit of Savor, the Tao Sang, right? So it lets you know where we are in time. So the 13,172,000 years is the age of man on the planet. Damn. A single garden, right, consists of 4 ages of 144,000 years each. The first is called Simu, or the time of creating. The second is called Hotu, growing. Then Adu, harvesting. And finally, Uz, the time of destruction and rest before the next garden. These equate virtually to seasons, galactic, cosmic seasons. Our human season, right, in the garden is called the Eoptian age, or the optimal age. That out of these, so what it's saying is 6 times preceding the 7th version of man, who we are, right? There were a 144,000 year period out of every one of the 6 576,000 year periods where man was birthed on the planet. So this is why you find bones millions and millions of years old, but you ain't no way. You dig what I'm talking about? That he was just some beastly, crazy. No, Jaja perfected it every time before it went extinct. And then guess what? Just like after winter in the physical year, spring comes. After Uz, or the time of rest and destruction, comes again Simu, or spring, the time of creating. And the whole process starts over again. We are the 7th iteration of man, and mind you, in just the last 4.7 million years. We have been on and off this motherfucker 6 times. So there's been 6 atoms, 6 tellings of creation. Look how much time we don't have. Our human season in the garden is called the Eoptian age, also with a duration of 144,000 years. The garden ages Simu, Hotu, Adu, and Uz are further halved into seasons. A season, a 72,000 year span of time, is called a season. Right? So the 144,000, yeah, they're not men. Nobody's coming back to save the 144,000. The 144,000 are the years that man will exist on the planet. Where we at then, Cosmo? Right? If 72,000, right, is half of 144,000, where we at in time in this optimal age that man will exist? When will he go extinct, Cosmonian? First of all, there are 48 arc cycles in 144,000 years. 48 periods of 3,000 years equals 144,000. They're years, not men. Don't worry about nobody coming to crack the sky. What they need to do is come and crack their code. 144,000 is not men. They are the years of the optimal age that man can exist on the planet. We are in the 25th arc cycle. So we have completed 24 full arc cycles in our 175 years into the 25th, right? So 24 arc cycles, right, at 3,000 years apiece, 72,000, right? That ends, or ends in 1848 AD from the time of creation, right? You add 175 to 1843, you get 2023. That's exactly the year we're in. So where are we in this time of the inhabitable age, or Simu, the Eoptian age, the optimal time for man to exist? We are 72,175 years into our extinction. Get right. Who told you like this? Who told you what time it is? This is the year 72,000. Now, actually, let me be real. Adam was made 6,000 years, but Adam was a dumb nigga. He was an animal damn near, but he was no less a man. And Creator gave to him you dig what I'm talking about? Life. Made him the highest raised of the animals, right? But he came on 6,000 years before this 72,000 year period, or the birth of Abel. The men with spiritual ability, ability. You start to see the first men with spiritual ability were born 72,000 years ago. Adam, right? The early pre-hominid types, right? Was born 6,000 years before this time. So you could say 78,000, 175. But since the creation of man who could think, 72,175 years into the Eoptian age, that is the year. Oahspe often refers to 3 of these half ages, right? Hak, Cephas, and Cosmon. Because these 3 are involved during the Eoptian age of human existence on the earth. Book of Fragapati 24:42-43 refers to Hak, Cephas, and Cosmon. Check that out. It does. We just gonna keep rolling. The accompanying plate, right? The accompanying plate illustrates the relationship of 8 gardens within one Savorka, or 8 576,000 year periods in one 4.7 million year period, and the 4 ages and 8 seasons within each garden. The Eoptian age, or human existence, began with the creation of Adam, or Asu, in this garden 6,000 years, didn't I just tell you, before the end of Ha'ak. Ha'ak means darkness. Adam wasn't this high-raised super people. First of all, he wasn't one man. This is a whole people, male and female. He made them both. Even the Bible say that. Hak is darkness. You did what I'm talking about. And when they're talking about darkness as in this, they're talking about as in spiritual light. Adam was born like the animals. When he died, he just returned to essence. There was no spiritual progression. Right? He just returned to existence. But that's no longer since 72,175 years ago. The Eoptian age of human existence began with the creation of Adam, or Asu, in this garden, which is the earth, right? 6,000 years before the end of Ha'ak, Book of Knowledge 4:18, in the Sympian age. Eve arrived with the 24th Dana of Ha'ak. Right? At the beginning of Cephas, the middle of the Eoptian age was marked by the building of the Great Pyramid in Egypt, or the halfway point, or from man rising up to his highest point physically, to now in cosmon, he is raising up high spiritually and physically. Because at first, in the beginning of the 72 or half of the 72,000 years, man raised up spiritually high. But he was weak physically. So through admixing, man has become physically strong and spiritually strong. And when that has happened, then the world enters, and man can perceive the creator or the oneness. Then the world is taken, and every world is taken into a time of balance where etheric light and physical light are raised both to high places and standards, right? And that time on every planet, don't matter what it is called cosmon, right? So what they're saying is the halfway point, right? Right, was the middle of the Eoptian age, was marked by the building of the Great Pyramid in Egypt. 2 arcs before, 6,000 years before, in the Book of Wars, at the 24th Dani of Cephas, right? At the 24th Dani of Cephas, which is 1848 CE, Cephas ended and Cosmon began. I don't be making this stuff up, man. I understand it. In this garden, we human are destined for extinction some 66,000 years from now. It's a little over that. It's a little over that. But let's go further. And I take the fear out of it. I'll be long dead. You dig what I'm talking about? I ain't going to, ain't no chestnuts roasting for your boy. You dig what I'm talking about? Assuming a continuous, unbroken growing condition spanning millions of years, mortals have interpreted the successive earth garden creatures as having evolved, right? Not understanding Jehovah's times and seasons. We live in Hotu. The creating time of Simu is long past, so it is no longer possible to observe creation firsthand. We witness only extinction, but for it not. After Adu and Uz, Simu will return, and a completely new garden will be created by Jehovah. So just like I said, man in 144,000 year stretches has been on the planet for more than 13 million years. Look at the light being revealed in Owaspy. Do the math, y'all. Everything has to be ran by mathematics. See if the numbers add up. Is the numbers lying? Neither the Genesis 6-day creation story nor evolution theory have satisfied mortals' search for truth. Computer models constructed by mathematicians or mathematics have already disproved Darwin's selection theory, though the public hasn't much about it, or the public hasn't heard much about it. The two ends have been science and religion. Cosmon is in between. This is the great balance. High physicality in science, high spirituality. And you could call it religion, but it's something higher than religion. See, religion is what the group does. It is why ceremony. It is why rites. This is the religion of, let's say, the army is marching to create that oneness, right? That's what a religion really is. You prove it by what you do. So what is Pastor Porkchop doing up on there on Sunday, doing all that talking for? What is Imam Bashir? What is he doing all that gum bumping for? Get out there with the people. We humans are a crop in one of Jehovah's gardens. Look at that. Managed by his gods and lords. Lika 9 and 4. The Lord's fifth book, 3 and 1. This is what Owaspi is all about. Let's go take a look at the Lord's fifth book. Or let's go look at the book of Lika 9 and 4. Book of Lika. Okay. Give me a second. Hope y'all can see this. Make sure everybody can see it, man. Shout out to the gang, man. That's where Revelations got the 144,000 from. Exactly. They mixed up and twisted up some stuff that they didn't really understand what they was talking about. Remember when Ezra got the text, they said it was so voluminous, they didn't even understand it, but yet they read it. They tried to make it make sense. This 144,000 is not people. It's a time. It represents the time people will be on the planet. Uh-oh. Who coming back? Who gonna come get me? Yeah, you pull up in that spaceship you want to. You ain't gonna coax me on there, Jeebus. I ain't getting on the ship, Jeebus. Y'all tricked us. Y'all tricked us last time. Y'all tricked niggas last time. I ain't getting on the ship, Jeebus. I ain't getting on the good ship. You dig what I'm talking about? No, hell no. Jesus go, you go get on the ship. You go turn your back. Jesus go hit you right in the head with a mallet. Boop. Throw your ass in a pot. Hit you with some celery and some onions, a little paprika, and Jesus gonna make some nigga stew out your ass. Remember, Jesus, God's supposed to be a spirit. So how is you and your physical ass getting on this spiritual ship? It must be physical too, sir. Yeah, you get on one of them ships if you want to. Niggas gonna cook your dumb ass. Niggas gonna eat your ass. Hold on, let me see what this was. The book of Lika 9 and 4. Book of Lika 9 and 4. There we go. I think that's book 29. Book of Lika, Archabon. Come on, man. And my little book of S. Okay, here we go. That's the Book of the Wars, man. If y'all ain't got that, man, y'all need to go check that out. Dude that claimed that he had found the Book of the Wars of the Lord, but we understand what's really going on. We understand that Lord and God is the trick. That's how you know that it ain't from Creator. You dig what I'm talking about? They usurp them names. Right? Right? Book of Leka 9:4. For all people in heaven are my own. For all people in heaven and earth are my own. They are like trees in my orchard, and I prune them not for the life of the branches, but for the benefit of the whole orchard and for the harvest that comes after. Let's drop down just a little bit. Look what 9:5 say. I created life and I take away life. I do with my own in my own way. I send night to follow day, clouds to interchange with sunshine, and likewise I give times of Dan or etheric light to my atmosphere heavens to be followed by seasons of darkness. Huh? This is what it's all about. Owaspy covers essentially the history of Cephas, and much of that is missing, right? We don't know much of this 72,000 year history for real, for real. We got maybe a good 6,000, 7,000 years worth of really, really well-known history. That's only the 24th arc cycle, 23rd arc cycle, 5953, 3953 BC, 23rd arc cycle, time of Abram, Moses, Brahma, Iwata, and Poe, or the four great prophets. Kind of remind you of anybody of the four great prophets raised up on the earth all at the same time? Shout out Jehovah. Shout out the four horsemen, man. Crazy part. The first niggas that get it and really out here banging it, the children of Iwata here in America, the Negro. Shout out to my African brothers, but we not African, y'all. We all one thing. Let's get that understood. We all man. We're all sons and daughters of the Most High. But we're not trying to tell y'all what y'all is. So why are you trying to tell us what we is? Can't y'all be aboriginal to where y'all at? And we be aboriginal to where y'all at? And then, even if we did come from Africa, and we've been over here, 100,000, 200,000, we found bones old as hell here. Right? When do you stop being African? Are you absolutely sure there was nobody here? That's crazy. That means you don't really perceive the creator. You think he made one man and one woman in a cave in Africa. And then, remember in the Bible, he lost them. He didn't know who they was. Remember, he had to come down to earth, figure out what is he called out there. Like, hey, Nick, where you at, cuz? They was like, damn, man. I owe that nigga God $5, man. I wasn't even trying to. I wasn't even trying to see this nigga today. Hating ass nigga always. Always down here trying to check up on him for a little bit of money. And here I am, God. God was like, oh, there you niggas is. What you was hard for, cuz? Remember? Biblical God made these people and lost them in the garden he supposedly created. We can't look at this thing so literal and take it so literal, man. Many times when we looking back in the ancient times, and Creator reveals this in the Owaspy, when you're looking at a spiritual thing, look at it spiritually. Try to get your understanding in the more esoteric, occultist, spiritualism side. Owaspy reveals that you'll be more in line with what the word is in actuality than even what it shows to be proven in the written word. Like a juggernaut People think juggernaut, they instantly think, you know, this man running around in the suit, Marvel Comics, all this stuff. You see what I'm saying? That's because that's what we've been taught. But when you got a higher understanding of juggernaut, and it is the test of how you test prophets, and is unstoppable unless the gods or the angels come down themselves and save this man. That shows the unstoppable nature, you dig what I'm talking about, of the thing hidden in the word, right? You would have never known a juggernaut without Owaspy revealing it. None of us would have known that, what an actual juggernaut is. We thought it was a cartoon character. No, it's how you test prophets. See the difference in the level of light and how much the English language can actually hide, but also still reveal if you know what you're looking for. Shout out to one of my OG linguist teachers, Dr. Susan B. Martinez, man, who got me up on this proper saying of the words too. Owaspy covers essentially the history of Cephas. We're gonna break all this down, and much of that is missing. This is illustrated in the tables of Cephas cycles and the related Owaspy text. Most of Owaspy is concerned with the last 8 cycles, beginning with the Ark of Noah, which is 17th ark cycle of the creation of man. Remember, we in the 25th. Take 8 away from that, you're in the 17th ark cycle. The name of that ark cycle, just like ours is, we're in the 25th, is called Cosmogony. The 17th ark cycle was called Noah. Noah's ark, the ark of Noah. It's not a man. It's a time, a cosmological time that a great flood happened. Look, here's a cross-section of our cosmic times. In the 3rd circuit of Orcam, 24th Dan of Ha. We read that, 2nd T, 2nd, 2 and 9. So Vorkum, or the spin of our sun around its sun, takes 4.6 million years, right? That Savorkum is broken down into 8 gardens, right? Of 576,000 years each. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We are currently in the 7th of these 8. Every man has 8 levels of vortexia. After the 8th, we'll go extinct. Man will after the 7th, right? We go from ooze, or the time of rest, or time nothing can grow. Man will go extinct, and then it'll go into the next 144,000 years, or the next spring, or simu, right, of the Eoptian age, the optimal time for man to exist, right? And he'll go into this 8th version. We are currently the 7th. Now, Savorkum is the subgalactic orbit of our solar system, which is called the Great Serpent, or Tau Sein, currently moving towards the constellation of Hercules with a speed of 12 miles per second, right? So in the last 4.6 million years, right, we are in the 7th, halfway through the 7th, 144th time that man has been on the earth in the last 576,000 years. So what we're telling you is the very first time, right? Because we are currently 79,172. All right. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah. We're in the. So let me see. That's 144. All right. This is 144. This Cephas, right? We right here. Right? 72, 144. 72, 72, 144. Right? Cephas and Cosmon are the times of man being optimal to exist upon the planet. Split into 72,000 year periods of the 144,000 that we're going to exist. There are going to be some men who exist out here. But look, this is roughly where we at. We roughly halfway through. Right? Here's your 144,000. They're years, not men. Each one of these 576,000 year sums or gardens is broken down into 4 parts of 144,000 years called spring, summer, autumn, and winter, or Simu, Hotu, Adu, Uz. Right? This is from the Paleo-Simuin language. You get what we're talking about? So we're going to get into linguists too with the time. As you see, these times, Cephas, man was created here, correlating right with the time or the temperature of the planet. The life on the planet deals directly with the temperature of the planet. If it's too hot, if man is moving too hot and his temperature is 101, 102, he is in fever. If he gets too low, down here, look, past 94 degrees in his body temperature, what happens? This is called hypothermia and death. So between 99, 94 is the optimal time for man to exist on the planet. Look, when the temperature was hotter, imagine how much more oxygen was in the air. And then we look back in time and we find these massive, massive animals and serpents, reptiles too, right? So the degrees, right, or what's broke down into 288,000 year spans, or 12 Gadals, the Gadol degrees, right, falling in 12,000 year spans, right, correlate with the temperature of the planet and dictates extinction. So a Gadol is a 24,000 year period, or 1 degree in Earth temperature. That's per the Book of Knowledge 4 and 17, Book of Cosmogony 5 and 20, Book of Fracopatty 25, 42 and 43. Now, during the Eoptian age, right, during these Gadol cycles, right, you find 3 or 48, right, 144,000 year periods, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? 6 times 24,000 is 144. The Eoptian optimal time for man to exist, one of the 4 ages. So we're now down here in the 144,000 year span time, broken down into 624s. Now we also have 3 seasons, right, of 16 arcs apiece. Boop, 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 boop. Right? 16 arcs. How long is an arc? An arc is 3,000 years. 16 times 3,000, 48,000. right? 48,000 times 3 equals what? 144,000. Y'all starting to see it? Look, the 24th Dana of Ha'ak, right? Ha'ak, the time of darkness. Man, Adam, Asu, was created here. Let me see if I can blow this up just a little bit. Let me blow it up just a little bit. Right? 72,000 years ago, or 78,000 years ago, right? During this 1, 2, 3rd Gadol period, 72,000 years, right? The last half of Simu, called Hak, or the time of darkness, or the time of creation. This is 24,000 years. Your 6 periods of 4,000 years. You can have, but this is your 6 days of creation right here. 6 periods of 4,000 years, 24,000 years, your time of creation. Right back here, 6,000 years before 72,175 ago. 6,000, so 78,175. Right here at the end of Hak, Adam was created in darkness. Not that there was no light, you dig what I'm talking about, but in spiritual darkness. He had a lack of understanding. He was more beastly, the very first Adam. You know what I mean? Asu. And mind you, it's the 7th time he done this. So, right? So, this is 144,000 years broken down into 3 sections of 16 arcs apiece, right? And till the time of the flood of Noah, right? To now, 24,000 years. Right here. The current or EOP DNA is the optimal time to man to exist is Cephas, which means things that have already passed. The sign of the time. Cosmon means balance. High spirituality started here. High physicality started here. In Cosmon, we get balance. And before we go extinct as a people, we will be super high raised. The synopsis of 16 cycles, right? We find more than 48,000 years ago, we got high society already, right? Look, this is what your synopsis of 16 cycles is, the first 48,000 years of the existence of man upon earth. 48, 50,000 years ago, we had high civilization already. Now, this is the time we are currently in, right here. We are current, right? In the arc of Cosmon, right? 16 cycles, 148,000 years, right? Till we get to the last third, 16 cycles. So it's going to be roughly, right? Roughly another 24,000 years just to get to the last 48. Now, the human crop was planted, right? Right? On earth in the book of Asham. Let's go look at that. Let's go check out the book of Asham. What is that? 3 and 15 in the Lord's book, Lord's 5th book, 3 and 1. Asham 3 and 15. Let's go get it on here. Ashan. Hold on, let's go. There's a book of 70s, book of Ashan. Oh shit, I went way too far. Okay. Okay, it's we at 3 and 15. My little computer acting slow today. 3 and 15. There you go. Now remember, we talking about the time man was created. Behold, I come in might and swiftness, for it is the springtime of the earth. My son, Siphas, is afoot on the earth. He has stirred up the earth born, but I will establish my light anew in these heavens. So hold on, it says, remember, for it is the springtime for things to be popping up on the planet, right? Jehovah calls this his son. It's an effect, right? Cephas. Remember, what are we doing in Cephas? Right? In Cephas, the beginning of the 16 cycles, right? In Cephas, right? Man was created. Remember, he said it is what? Springtime of the earth. So that means for man and animals to spring on the planet. My son, Cephas, is afoot on the earth. He has stirred up the earthborn, right? My son, right? Cephas. He said, it is the springtime. Look, the Eoptian age started 6,000 years before Eth. See, so Jaja's letting you know I'm going to come and raise these niggas up. And how I do that is send my high-raised etheric angels called gods and lords directly to men in darkness. This is why they in darkness, because it is springtime. Simu. Things are just budding. Simu means the time of creation or springtime. Remember, man was created. Here is Cephas, 6,000 years, right? Look, right? During the last, man was created right here with spiritual ability. This is Abel. This is Adam. So that begs to ask the question, who is Eve? Eve came with the first God, right? It is springtime of the earth. My son Cephas is afoot on the earth. He has stirred up the earthborn, but I will establish my light anew in these heavens. Have I not said I brought the seed of everlasting life to the earth? I gave responsibility to my gods and his lords to teach mortals in spirits of my glories in the upper heavens. And I commanded that my God, this is somebody telling God what to do. Y'all not understanding, Owaspy. He just told God what to do. He told the Lord what to do. I commanded my God and my lords in these realms would be from those who came up out of the earth. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. The sister had asked about the question about are these gods from the earth? I say clearly from this time. But from what time were they? We understand there are different times. What if the God of the earth, right, was born in the first garden? Remember, these are 576,000 year periods. Hold on, let me see if we can you know what? Y'all can get y'all calculators. You dig what I'm talking about? It's roughly 3.5 million years or so. Right? So we know where we at in time. We're not guessing. And look at the time that Asu, right? Asu, Adam, was born in darkness, or Hak, at the end of Simu. Right here. Right here, the Eoptian age, optimal for man. Right? The pyramids come right here. Right? 23rd arc cycle, 69,000 years after the creation of man, or during the time of Sifas, right? The things of past, right? During the midway point. Huh? That's right. The pyramids were the mark of the midway point of the time of man's existence on the planet. Huh? Time proving the great time of physicality and corporality. Well, those times are over. Now it's a time to balance it out. Right? Way down here. The extinction of the human crop in this garden. And then guess what? Jaja does it all over again. He never went to sleep. He never stopped creating. Oahspe books related to cosmic cycles. This is the overview, right? The book of Santantes, the book of Ashon, first book of the first lords, and the second book of the lords, right? Synopsis of the 16 cycles, right? The book of Eighth, the book of Sut, the book of Apollo, Thor, Orsir, Fragapati, Cynthia Maj, Lika, S. You dig what I'm talking about? Human crop management. Oahspe. The first book within Oahspe introduces the reader to the management cycle of the human crop upon Earth. The era, 4 arcs or 12,000 years, as we tend a garden differently for each season of the year, so are there changes in the management of men or mortals each era or 12,000 years. The last era of Hak before Cephas, before we had men of spiritual ability, we had Adam, men who were holy from the earth. All right. Last era of Hak, Asu, Adam, was the first human race in the current garden. Jehovah, right? Created by Jehovah in the middle of the last era of Hak, at the close of the Simuan age. Asuans, or Adamites, were black and carnivorous, flesh eaters. The original aborigines of the garden. Sephra Bene 1, right? That's in the book of Safa, right? They were 100% beast animal man, went naked, and at first crawled on all fours. Yeah, y'all want to be first, but y'all don't want to be this first, do you? Yeah. Yeah, everybody came from you, but look where you come from. Stop pointing the finger. You ain't better than nobody. Ain't nobody better than you. They can't be if we all came from 100% animal man. He went naked and at first crawled on all fours, yet they were human. And we are all their descendants. Nor did we descend from any other species. So wasn't no other primates, monkeys, great apes, lemurs. They try to say because you're a primate. First of all, primate means you have an opposable thumb and your eyes go straight. You're a lemur? You believe you came from a lemur? A great ape? A monkey? Yet they were human, and we are all their descendants, nor did we descend from any other species, right? You ain't turned from no protozoa to a fish, to a walking fish, to an upright monkey nigga. Did we none of that happened. You was a man from day one, even when you was in your 100% beast state. They were not capable of everlasting life. Let's look at that. Sathantes, book of Sathantes. Right? Let's go look at the book of Sathantes. What is that? 5 and 2? Book of Sathantes 5 and 2. Yeah, my thing going slow today. Let me close this out. Book of Sathantes. Come on, man. Okay, come on. Here we go. Is it 5 and 2 or 9 and 2? Sathantes 5 and 2. Here we go. All right. In the first 100 years, there were born from the earth. Now, hold on. Let's get a look at what we're talking about. In the first 100 years, right? 6,000 years before 72,000 or 78,000 years ago. In the first 100 years, this how many Adamites was on the planet. Watch this. In the first 100 years, what happened? In the first 100 years, there were born from the earth 170 million Essayans or new spirits. And this was the sum of 3 generations. A generation is 33 years, right? Of ions, right? So in 100 years, the generations of ions had turned to 172 million people already dead and birthed into the higher heavens, right? Or new spirits, or the first resurrection. And this was the sum of 3 generations of ions, which is to say that in those days, the number of earth inhabitants, not including the Asuans, so not including the Adamites, who were not created to everlasting life, right? So in the first 100 years, in year 100 of man being on the earth, was 54 million people on the earth. Man was everywhere. I know you saying that's not a lot, but mind you, right? There's 54 million people on the earth, but there's 170 million in the heavens above the earth. So roughly 60 million people every 30 years, every 33 years. You dig what I'm talking about? In those days, the period of 5 years was allotted to Assyrians as their time of infancy. Right now, our time is 2. When you come into the new world, or the new spiritual world, you a baby basically, and people got to teach you how to do stuff. Back then, it took them 5 years just to do the regular stuff. We probably looking at like, damn, you dumb as a box of rocks. You dig what I'm talking about? But they end up advancing and progressing. Creator pushes them on and on and on till they become the gods, the true ones that work for jehovih, the ones who tilt and compress and condense and dissolve planets and start the vortex spinning. And listen, Creator said, I started you at 0. I filled the rats up to 100. The rats are at 100. They do what rats do, ain't gonna do nothing else. Cats do what cats do, ain't gonna do nothing else. You ain't never gotta tell a bird how to build a nest. Who tell the bird? That's already in them. Jah put that in their DNA. That's actually in their spirit. They actually are prophesying because they go by the vibe of what's in nature. This is how animals always tell that there's an earthquake before there is one. They're going with the sign of the time, right? See, fast. Funny that the very first languages were written in sign or hieroglyph or pictographic. Just something to think about, right? Let's go down a little more, right? Via a spacecraft, first era of Cephas. Via a spacecraft, this is what's going on. Get with it or get lost. First of all, Owaski is talking about spacecraft in 1881. How the fuck he JVN couldn't have made this up? The word wasn't even invented yet. The word wasn't invented. Wasn't no UFOs, wasn't no spacecraft. Nobody was talking about that. Owaski breaking it down, telling you how the galaxy is made in 1881. Talking about quantum physics and fractals and in 1881, before any of this stuff was known. Huh? Proven ether before it even got proved. It was just a theory with Maxwell. Hertz went on and proved it. Right? And then look how backwards this is. The guy who tries to disprove ether by a theory called relativity. This is something proven against a theory. His theory still didn't disprove ether. And yet they act as if relativity is all that is. Listen, the substance doesn't create the space and time. The space and time create the substance. Huh? Via spacecraft, we would now call a UFO, right? Well, I be calling them spacecraft. Unidentified flying objects or flying saucers. Sathantes brought Etherian angel volunteers, right? Or the so-called ancient astronauts, collectively called Eve. Hold on. Right? To teach ostensibly to the to teach to the Asuans to walk upright. The creator, Jehovah. Now y'all say, oh, Cosmon, you didn't went and lost your rabbit. Eve is the angel who by will was able to take on physical form. This is why the story about the rib. No, they took upon a semblance of corporeal substance. You know what I mean? Ribonucleic, dicleic acid, RNA, DNA, so-called the rib. They took from the side. When they say the side, that just means the elements or the copy of what's in man, right? And took upon physical bodies. Creator, Jehovah, permitted the Eve angels or the life angels, the angels to start the new tree of life. How do you think Abel got smart? If Asu was dumb, right? How did Abel get smart? Through Eve. So what Eve was not necessary, or where Eve was. First of all, Eve had to be the same thing as Adam. So this is a dead man who first of all, who died in infancy as a child on a whole nother corporeal planet, which is older than the earth is, never lived a physical life, and was allowed to come back and raise man up. They told him, don't partake of the tree of life. That's sex. Some of them taking on physical bodies. Think about this. You're 1,000,000 years older than the earth. Think about this. You are high raised spiritually to the 10th power, but you ain't never been cold. You died in your infancy from war, prenatal problems, abortion. You died before you ever had a physical life. These are the angels that came back with Setham T's, right? So when they first time they took on the semblance of flesh, remember you are 1,000,000 years older than the earth. And you take upon flesh for the very first time. But you've never been cold. You ain't been hot. You don't know what salty tastes like. You never been sleepy. You never been horny. You never been hungry. So imagine getting a billion years worth of hungry all at once. Could you imagine 1,000,000 years worth of horny all at once? You ain't even never felt this feeling before. You don't know what hungry is. You've never been hungry. You ain't never been cold. You ain't never had a cold. You ain't never stubbed your toe. You never had not one physical experience. So imagine 1,000,000 years worth of horny. Yeah, they had sex. But to produce a viable child, whatever Eve is, had to be the same thing Asu was. Right? The creator, Jehovah, permitted the Eve angels to materialize with bodies, and they subsequently mated with Asu, or Adam and Eve, right? Adam means man, hence madam. Madam, man. Man, Adam means man, and madam means woman. See, Masu. Asu is the male version of Adam. Masu is the female version of Adam, the very first people. This resulted in a new race. So the angels taking them on semblances of flesh alongside and mating with Asu. Adam mated with Eve, right? This is the biblical story in truth, revealing the allegorical tale. This resulted in a new human race who were half beast and half angel, right? So half Asu, half Eve, called Iron or Abel in the Bible, right? Because they could see spiritually. So mind you, they're 50% beast-like man and 50% angel. The spirit dominates the unseen dominates the seen. So the bigger the spirit, the smaller the body. This is why the short stature of the Ions, they were so high raised that it affected them physically. This is why man had to advance his corporeal part for the next 72,000 years, roughly. 36,000 of that is into this spiritual, getting men spiritually right. To the next 72,000 years, or the halfway point of the Eoptian age, which is the 23rd arc cycle since the creation of man. You dig what I'm talking about? 2550 BC during the Middle Kingdom of Egypt, and so-called Khufu, who was really called Thothma. Him mama named him. By the way, Khufu mama named him Hojax. Take it for what it is. Do whatever you want to do with it. That's that on that, though. Right? So the half beast, half angel man is called Iron or Abel because he could see spiritually. Hence the name Abel or ability. Okay. The Ions were short, white, and yellow skinned. Do not believe that. He was jumped the gate a little bit on that. They were white and yellow as into hair and aura. But as you will see in Owaspi's Plains, just like today, man is primarily melanated, and the white, quote-unquote, pale-skinned people are a minority throughout the world. So was it then anciently as it is today. And so were the very first people, the mound builders, the little bit people came in every color. In America, they came the darkest. The most variation of it all came out of Africa. Right? But we're showing that it has a source. White and yellow don't mean negroidal. That don't deny negroidal. And we only talking about hair, because as Owaspi admits, we're not talking about what you would call the modern day European or Caucasoid when we talk about these little people, short, white, and yellow. When you go look at the oldest people, they're always black. The Twa are always, there are no Aboriginal people who are not negroidal. But negroidal don't mean dark skinned. That goes to how you look. And the Negro produces blonde hair and blue eyes from two brown-skinned people. Don't need no mixing. Don't need no twisting. We don't need no white parents. We don't need no China. We don't need none of that. We can produce that without everybody. We from blonde hair, blue eye, to blonde hair, blue eye with blue black skin, to blue black skin with nappy nigga hair, to blonde blue eye with nappy nigga hair. We don't need nobody to do nothing. Guess what happens when you mix all people together? The four major tribes they call Guatama, the four tribes, huh? When you mix them all together, and it tells us in Owaspi that they didn't even care about none of that. Didn't care about no colorism, no lookership. Was you good? Oh, that's my people. We'll mess with them. So guess what happened when you mix everybody together? They turn into niggas. That's why you got the epicanthic fold. That's why you got the good hair and the high cheekbones, but all them nigga features. Yeah. Yeah. In America, we already mixed up. Ain't no 100% Africans. Not none of you niggas in America. Not none of these niggas talking about this Pan-African bullshit. Shout out to my African brothers, but what's so good about being that? What's so good about being an American? Other than that's what we is, so what? In the end of the day, we all just men. You gonna die. While you here, you better try to do some good. That's the whole trick. They put all the other stuff in front of us, get us talking about all type of crazy stuff. We ain't helping nobody. The Irons were short, white and yellow, skinned, watch out, Jim Dennet, and were vegetarians to maintain their spirituality. The grades of 1,000, right? Cosmogony, the book of Cosmogony, 7 and 18, were understood by the Irons. They knew the threshold between everlasting life and disillusion, which is at 2/3 beast and 1/3 angel, or what we would call the 666. Huh? Didn't it? Don't in the Bible it say 666 is the number of the beast? And people don't never read the rest. The rest of the verse say, and the number of a man. So 66.6% Earth DNA and 33% Adamite DNA is the basis. Iron or angelic DNA is the basis for Homo sapiens sapien. If you got 67% and 33, you are more like the animals. You're larger. If you was 60-40, right? Or let's just say Irons was 50-50 and they was little. 66 gives you just enough height to be physical and just enough to be a man. So it's not 666, it's 66.6 out of 10 out of 100 on a spiritual rate scale of 0 to 99. This is why the generation is key. If more than 33 or 2/3% angel or Eve's blood, right, you have as everlasting life of the ability, which most people have today. If more than 66 or 2/3 of beast or Adamite blood, you go into dissolution, declension, war, destruction. Thus, the number of the beast, representing dissolution was 666. This is why they try to tie it to Satan, which was the grade of 1,000. What I tell you, 666 out of 10,000s. The number 666 and 666 represents darkness and war on the Arachna Umbungala, or the timetables of prophecy. The Etherians cautioned the Irons not to mate with the Isuans or the Adamites. So they told Abel not to mess back with the Ahuans, but back with Irons, because the offspring would be 75% beast and not eligible, right, for everlasting life, right? Because it's 75% is greater than the 66.6, right? So you're more beastly, like the earth, without everlasting life. Nevertheless, some Irons, right, some of these so-called holy people made it with Adam, right? Abel with Adam. And so the Druk, Cain, was born on earth. Druk means the man who can't get it. He doesn't get it. Why? Because he's more beast than he is angel. He's at 25%. No less a man, but he's at 25% below the 33% threshold. So the Cains, remember, this is Abel mixing with Adam produced Cain, not Adam mixing with Eve per se produced Cain, but the Adamite people or the beastly like man messing with the very first people of high raised spiritual ability, the little people, and they produced a 75% beast nigga. Because he holy beast and he 50%. So that produced 75% beast man or drunk, the race we know through the biblical narrative as Cain. They were black and brown skinned also and carnivorous. Some practicing cannibalism as canines eat dogs, as canines eat canines. That is the dog eat dog world, right? So hold on one second, man. Let me get a little something to drink real quick. Man, if y'all getting a little something out of this, man, hit your boy with some vortexes in the chat. Hit me with some fire. Hit me with some vortexes in the chat, man. We gonna I'm gonna pump the music just for a minute. I'm gonna get something to drink. I'll be right back, y'all. So yeah, we right back at it. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to everybody in the house, man. Sub, like, share on your social medias, on your TikToks, on your Facebooks, man. Hit them up, man. Let them know your boy Cosmon Cal building, man. I know they don't want to hear it sometimes, man, and it's okay, but at least try. You dig what I'm talking about? It's all you can do. Judge you for, or you judge yourself, but he just want to see, did you try with all your heart? If you did, and they still turn it down, let that be that, right? Let's get back to it. Turn this down real quick, right? So Abel mixed with Adam, which is the ions mixing with the Asuans. And so the drunk race, Cain, was born on earth. 25% angelic blood, below the 33% threshold, and 75% beast man or Adamite or beast man, more than 66.6%, right? Showing that he his beastly nature and his inability for everlasting life. They were black and brown skinned and carnivorous, some practicing cannibalism. Yeah, y'all worried about being Africans? Be African now. Be black and brown now. Y'all want to be first in everything? This is what y'all came from. Y'all say y'all the gods of the white folks. Y'all taught them everything. I'm not here to debate that. But who taught you? Who was the very first teacher of you carnivorous beast niggas? Huh? Nature. Huh? Your tongue was hanging out your mouth after you got done running too. You ain't know what thirst was. But you looked at the dog. His tongue was hanging out too. But he went to this puddle. And he put his face in there. And he came back up. He was refreshed. And he took off running. You was like, damn, let me stick my face in the puddle. So remember, when you point a finger, it's always pointed back at you. One is always, three always pointed back at you. Where was you? Right? You want to be the mothers and fathers of all civilization? You birthed them cave niggas. Huh? Let it sit in. Right? Because look, these is the beast men. Right? This mark of bestiality is called the mark of Cain. And the mark of Cain today and has always been represented as war or blood. Huh? Pure drugs became extinct with the interest to cosmogony. That's 1848. we should start looking and seeing who was going extinct at that time. What about the Tasmanians? Huh? What about them ancient Mayans, the little peoples? Are them drugs too? We see people with them long heads in the South. Was them drugs? I'm just saying. There's obviously a bunch of people that was here that ain't here no more. Huh? People who practice war. Huh? All right. Pure drugs became extinct with the interest into cosmogony. Is that true? I doubt it. Why? Because Jaja say, I'm going to leave every type of nigga on the planet so you can see him. If you think inspiration come by evolution or anything other than me, go try your hands with the barbarians. Go to the Andaman Islands and try the Jarara. Go tell them about your stories about a savior born from a woman. See what they give you. Mm-hmm. Go down there into that South American jungle and go fuck with them people off that way back up in them hills, off them beaten paths. Go try to tell them about your Jeebus. Tell them about Muhammad. They got some onions and celery for your ass, nigga. Don't nobody raise up raise up the children but Jaja. Ain't no giving to them niggas to make you not gonna make them understand. But you gonna get some understanding. Going to them Andaman Islands. Ahuans were then the offspring of ions and drugs, right? So the 75% beast man mixed back with Abel. So Cain mixed with Abel. These are peoples, so male and female. It's just by nature. One nigga was warlike, one nigga wasn't. One nigga could get it, one nigga couldn't. And many of these dark-skinned people go on to be what we call white today. Just is what it is. The Ahuans were then offspring of the Ions and the Druk, or Abel and Cain, being 37.5% angel. They had everlasting life. Red, copper-skinned, large. This is Homo sapien gigantes. Right? Red, copper. My skin is copper. All brown-skinned people in America, skin is copper. Like, guess who else had copper skin and was large like that? Abram. Guess who else was copper? Large. Of that Ahuan Negro stock. Zarathustra. So is Iwata. Iwata is the Negro. He is the American Indian. Called in America, this Ahuan in America is called Angui, or the upright talking man. He was large and strong and carnivorous. They fought with the Druks, right? They fought with the Druks, but protected the Ions. In every one of the stories, look at, like, in every one of the indigenous stories, let's look at the story of Goose Clap. In America, big giant nigga catch whales with his hands. He was married to a little itty bitty little woman that they said was a priestess and a witch. So they had the magic. They was the little people, the Ions. And the Ahuans always protected them. So when you go look at, remember they're called Ahua, right? The word is Ahuan. So when you look at Teotihuacan, you know it was built by these people. Huh? You're starting to see it? This is the name of the type of man. He was a nigger, copper color, brown. He was large and strong, real big. These your 10-foot. These your giants. They you. You go look at things like the Ika stones. They got large men riding dinosaurs, doing brain surgery. They was large and carnivorous. Why were they large and carnivorous, Cosmon? Because it was time for those things, because they were large and carnivorous beasts on the planet. Every time Jaja got a problem, he sent a man. And trust me, it's somebody for everybody. So when a land is overrun with serpents, when it's overran with tigers and lions and things that kill men, he produces men who kill those things. They fought with the Druks, the beastly man who couldn't get it. But they protected the Ions. This is why outside of all the major cities, all the Kushma, Tiwanaku, Teotihuacan, Teotihuacan. You dig what I'm talking about? All the great cities. If you go up to the mountains, right, or go up to the top of the pyramid, them ain't the great people you need to look for. Go look outside the cities and look for the mounds. There you will find the great people. These large copper-skinned niggas couldn't build nothing without these little bitty Ions. They had all the knowledge. They had all the brawn. They had all the brains. Pure Ahuans are nearly extinct today. In America, they still worship the Creator, the Great Spirit only. What did true God say after the time of Noah? I am going to preserve a stock of these large nigger types in America. They will be copper colored with long, black, coarse hair. They will praise the Great Spirit. These is the so-called blacks and Africans, Americans, and Negroes of America today. Today, what is a iron-leaning Ahuan Negro called? Or what is a iron-leaning Ahuan called? A Angui or a Negro. A Negro. Now, yaks, what you would call a Sasquatch or a Bigfoot today or a Yeti, right? They are offspring of Adam, right? Still on the earth. And the Druks, or Adam and Cain. They were 82.5% beasts, and they were the largest humans, long extinct. Is that true? How many beast sightings of these dang on Druks we gonna get? Millions? Everybody lying? Somebody seen something leaving them tracks. You know what I mean? The Eve angels gave up their mortal bodies shortly after the Ions were born. All right. Pure Ahuans or Adamites lived for 2,000 years into the first era of Cephas. So they lived 8,000 years or 2,000 years after the birth of Abel, right? The birth of the people with spiritual ability. Adam or Asu became extinct. Remember, he was born 6,000 years before the time of Abel. So he lived 2,000 years into the first era of Cephas, or the time where men with spiritual ability came, right? So he existed to about 70,000 BC and then became extinct. Their total existence in this garden was 8,000 years. That's it. To summarize, the origin of the human races in this garden were Adam, 100% beast, Eve, 100% angel, who begot Abel, or 50% of the iron, 50% beast and 50% angel. Abel and Cain begot Ahuans, 62.5% beast, 37.5% angel, who are become the people of the book. Everyone living on earth today are a mixtures of these original races 70,000 years ago. Get over it. You can stop with your colorism, because in the end of the day, you're just a man. That's it. The point is to find something in Jaja's creation. Let me roll up a split of ting. What I'm blowing on? Ooh, wait, let's blow on some of this thrax. Got some of this blue runts. I'm gonna roll up some of this etheric fire, some of this gamma ray. Now, second through the 6 eras of Cephas. The story of Cephas until Cosmon. So remember, Cephas is from the time of Abel to now, or 1848. From in 1848, we went into the Cosmon era, right? So we raised up high spiritually, right? But we were still little and weak. We still had to have somebody protect us, right? So the Ahuans. Now, through mixing in even with them, we go and birth the Anguis, or modern Negroes. You dig what I'm talking about? An iron-leaning Angui today is what you would call a Black American or an Aboriginal American. It's just what it is. You know what I mean? We ain't trying to hate on nobody. We ain't trying to say wasn't the Mongoloid or Iroquoian type here. We're not saying that. We just saying the very first ones look all like us. The story of Cephas until Cosmon, until 1848, is the redemption of the Druks, Cain, to everlasting life, and the extinction of the pure ions able in the process, circa 1150 BC. Until today, the pure drugs are also extinct. The resulting mixture of races today are called Gons, or modern man, us, Homo sapiens sapien, of all colors. The accompanying chart, which is next page, illustrates the beast-angel ratios of the first races in this garden, in the Ark of Wayne, of the very first 3,000-year span after the creation of man with spiritual ability, 72,000 years ago, 72,000 BC. True Eve evangelation is the crossbreeding, which has occurred since then, such that all mortals now on earth have more than 1/3 Eve blood, or angelic blood, or the CLE. Thus, all humans of all colors have existing life now, have everlasting life now. Circumcision was originally, listen to this, circumcision was originally intended as a means of assuring offspring with everlasting life. Look at Jaja. Let the sisters know, hey, buddy. What you doing with that turtleneck on? I don't think I can rock with you, cut. Yeah, Jaja told me about that Famunda cheese. I'm straight on you, cuckoo. There was little reason for it in the time of Moses, 1553 BC. Beginning in the previous ark, or the Ark of Bond, right? 1553 BC, 24th ark cycle after the creation of man. And no reason at all now, right? So roughly 3,575 years ago, right? Or the beginning of the ark cycle of Bond, 24th ark cycle, 72,000 years after the creation of man, right? 69, or the beginning, 69,000 at the beginning of the ark cycle. There was little reason for circumcision at that time, which is the time of Moses, right? And no reason at all now, right? But we still practice that. You dig what I'm talking about? But that's up to you. That ain't gonna stop everlasting life, because we see everlasting life comes through the genes, through genetics. Jaja is seen and unseen. The origin of human races during the last ark of Cephas, some 72,000 years ago now, and how eternal life is determined. Adam, black. Adam, Asuan, 100% beast, extinct after 8,000 years, right? Or 70,000 BC. Eve, which is the Etherian angels, are 100% angels. So the 100% beast man mixed with the 100% angel, right? The threshold between the eternal life and disillusion, 666 out of the 1,000 point, right? 66 out of the 1,000 threshold of the number of man, right? 33.3% angel, 66.6% beast, produces the very first man, white and yellow. Black people, etheric people, produce people of all skin colors, but their hair in their aura literally glows white and yellow. What does light look like in a brown paper bag? Yellow. What does light look like in a white paper bag? White. Got to get past the skin color shit, man. Right? So the 50% beast right? 50% angel races called Abel and Iron, right? The little people, the mound builders, the earliest races on the planet, or recognizes the earliest people, extinct after 60,000 years, right? The different black and brown races. Now, this ain't got nothing to do with European. This ain't got nothing to do with none of that. The drug races, this is people who can get it and people who can't. That's it, right? The yaks, right? They flesh eaters, or the black and brown drugs are flesh eaters. They went extinct after 72,000 years. That's just at the cosmogony era. Yaks, Sasquatch, or Bigfoot are 87.5% beats. And they say they've been long extinct. Okay. Now, the mixing between this iron and this drug produces the ahuin. White and yellow with black and brown produce copper. 62.5% under the 66.6. So he's pretty tall. He has great form, but now he's got better than 33% angelic blood. And we tending towards a like a 55-45. So you're going to be very high raised spiritually and high raised physically at the same time. This is the balance spoken of in the information era called the cosmon era, the time of balance. Look, the genetic result today is of all colors: black, brown, red, yellow, white. They are 100% human, capable of everlasting life. These are the modern races called Gan. Right? We have a Ahuin who is gone. He is called Angui Gan here in America. He's brown. He's from America. He's the only man from here. He's brown. He has black, long, coarse hair. Got long nigger hair. He brown. And he lean iron. Or the good people, the little people. The people with high angelic. So they keep making back towards this till they become the highest raised people. And then guess what? Everybody is doing this. And the best of the best races in the cosmon era are going to get together. And they're going to produce a people who are brown. So get over it. Nothing special about it. Nothing special about your skin. What you going to do with your skin? Your skin going to make you do some good? It's going to stop you? It's going to start you? No. But all is tending that way. What happened when you mix black people with brown people, with red people, with yellow people, with white people? You get niggas. That's all you get. Ooh, wee. That's some facts. Who manages the Earth Garden? Where we at? How long have we been in here? Almost about 3 hours, man. How we rocking, man? If y'all getting a little something up out of this, man, hit me with a 2 in the chat. Hit me with a 2 in the chat. If y'all getting with a little something up out of this, hit your boy Cosmonian with a 2 in the chit nat. We bringing out a waspy apocrypha today. Huh? Hit me with a 2 in the chat. Your boy getting something, you know what I mean? Y'all getting a little something up out of this, man. Let me go ahead and jump back into it. Who manages the Earth Garden? Carrying out Jehovah's will are the Etherian angels who visit the Earth regularly in spaceships. We call UFOs. The emblem appearing on the side of one observed at Soroco, New Mexico in 1966, spelled OASP. Oh, in symbols of the first earth language in this garden. Hold on. I gotta see that. Hold on. UFO in Socorro, New Mexico. Hold on. Dang, there's two of them. Hold on. The Lonnie Zamora incident was a alleged UFO sighting occurred April 24, 1966 near Sirocco, Mexico, where Sirocco police saw two people beside a shiny object that rose into the air accompanied by a roaring flame. Zamora's claims were subject to attention from the news media, UFO investigators, UFO organizations, and the U.S. Air Force's Project Blue Book listed the case as unknown. Conventional explanations of Zamora's claims include a lunar lander test. Okay, hold on. Let me see this one. I kind of want to see. He said around. He said around 1966. Sirocco, New Mexico, alien. Hold on, let me see if they got any images. Hold on. Is this what they say they saw? Hold on. They saw? Oh, is that what he's saying is? Oh, snap. Oh, here it go. Oh, speed. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, snap. Y'all see that? Hold on, let me blow this up. Let me see if I can blow this up. Dang, that could be equated almost to like the sign in Jehovah, just like split in half. Like it's being looked at from the earth up. Not taking it as a whole. Oh wow, hold on, wait. We gotta look at this. I gotta see this. Hold on. I gotta see that. This is what they say they saw. Antenna, funny looking markings, red and white flashing lights, landing gear. I know that looked crazy, but that's what he said he saw. The diagram above, according to Stanley James Orr of Newfield, was drawn by Donald Chizar 12, who said he saw the object near Main Street in Newfield on October 21st. Hold on. Okay. That's a report of what they said they saw. Now, this sign that they showing is consistent. Oh. Speed. Holy shit. OSB and the symbols of the first earth language in this garden, which is Ponic. Hold on, man. Hold on, man. Let me just look at this real quick. Hold on. I'm just not going for this one. But dang, how do you fake? In the panic? That ain't tripping. But look at it. Hold on. Let me try to. Let me try to get a little. Try to blow it up a little bit. Oh wait. That's what they say they saw. You know what I just noticed? If it would have been 1966, Lonnie Zamora would have been 33 years old. Oh. As the earth create sky. You dig what I'm talking about? Sky. Spirit. Tie that binds. Cutting through. See the sign of the creator? Holy shit. That's what they say they seen, they saw. That's crazy. I didn't know that. I did not know that. Wow. The Earth's land masses all have associated with them corresponding heavens for receiving the spirits of mortals when they die. These heavens extend outward in the Earth's atmosphere or atmospheria, or the gaseous regions, on higher and higher plateaus. The border between atmosphere and etheria beyond the moon's orbit and is called the Shinvat Bridge. The Kinvat Bridge is Shinvat is mentioned in the oldest scriptures remaining on earth, the Zarathustrian Vinadad. See page 98, 5 through 9, page 98 of the Readings of World Religions, a premier pocketbook, 1959. Of the Vinadad. I think I got the Vinadad too. I do. We have to look into that. Sum of labor, right? Grade. Helping others totally, 99. Serving self 1/4 of the time. Helping others 3/4 of the time, 75% eligible for etheria. 99% you graduate and become a bride or bridegroom to the creator and off into the Etherian heavens. This is how you get off planet. Get here. What those songs say, get like me. That's what Jaja trying to tell you. 75%, that means you serving yourself 25% and helping other people 75% of the time. Your spirit rate is a 75 and you eligible for the higher heavens. So let's say you serve yourself 50% of the time and you serve and you help others 50% of the time. So you're selfish 50% of the time and you help people 50% of the time. You're still eligible for etheria. But let's say you below, really it starts 40 on the decline, but for teaching purposes, if you served yourself 3/4 of the time, or 25% of the time, or excuse me, if you served yourself 75% of the time and you only helped others 25% of the time, you are in the atmospheric areas, stuck here, bound to earth, till you can raise up to Ethereum. And then guess what? You get to 99 in the first, you graduate to the second. You get to 99 in the second, you graduate to the third. You get to 99 in the third, you graduate off the planet. It's just not one big spiritual grade. There are you got to go through first grade and graduate first grade to get to second. Then you got to go graduate second grade to get to third. Then you got to graduate. You can't go from second grade to graduate in high school the next year. It don't happen like that. There's a lot of knowledge you must learn in the meantime and in between time. And the same thing is of the spiritual world and how spiritual strength or rate or grade is made, created, and how you can perceive it for yourself. So if you serve yourself 75% of the time and 25% doing good works for other people, nigga, you're not about to get to them higher heavens. You got some work to do. But that don't mean also that you about to go burn in hell nowhere neither. You did what I'm talking about? That's the scary part. They scare you with God. God tell you about that lake of fire. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. You gonna be in Pine Sol heaven. You did what I'm talking about? But be assured that Creator is allowing you to see after you die where your spirit is going to be situated into the atmospheric or the etheric heavens after you die. You will know of a certainty by your actions. So go out there, help somebody, y'all. Serving self 100% of the time. Infants, live and let live adults are at a 0. Right? Below, they're in the atmospheric heavens. Right? They got to start beginning at 0. They lower than the animals. Because an infant don't know nothing. Right? And these do what thou will ass niggas, the live and let live, the lower, lesser light, the animalistic way, are actually below the animals. They are at 0. Most animals are at 10. They at least get it a little bit. So if you harm others, right, you're going to be at a negative 25, right? 25% of your life, you're going to be born into the atmospheric hells. If you harming people half the time, your spirit rate is negative 50. Birthed into the atmospheric hell. Be of a surety. And it's all on you. Don't blame God. Don't blame Creator. He ain't make you shoot nobody. Huh? He ain't make you kill nobody. He ain't make you be mean and nasty to your people, harming other people, robbing other people. He ain't make you do that. You did that on your own. You chose. Mister, I want to be the chosen. What is you choosing? Is you choosing to thug it out? Are you trying to kill some animals? Are you waiting on somebody to be your slave? Huh? Ain't that the Hebrew doctrine? You gonna enslave people? Well, how you gonna do it? You gonna do it 25% of the time? You're going to harm people in war, maybe half the time, 3/4 of the time, 100% of the time. Well, look where you're going to be born at. Wake up. You're going to be in atmospheric hell. Huh? That is in opposition to the ways of the Creator, man. It can't be nothing but dark. It said the spirits born in war or who died in war are born on the field in chaos. Not knowing nothing, fighting left and right. Imagined enemies and ops were still running, shooting in spirit, fighting. They are deranged. That's what you do. That's what you want to do. Oh, no. I'm good on that, cuz. You can have Jerusalem and all that. If that come with it, I don't want none of it then. You better test that. All mortals live after death, but their condition in atmosphere is determined by what they did during their earth life. Eventually, all must ripen sufficiently to be harvested, whether done quickly or over thousands of years. In the earth garden, evil is that which impedes harvesting. Think about it. Because evil must be purged in atmosphere to attain the minimum harvest grade of 50, atmosphere is known on earth as purgatory. This is where you get your stories of Catholic purgatory, a waiting ground, a time where you're purging. Oh, purgatory, a time for purging. If you're getting a little something up out of here, hit me with a 3 in the chat, man. We're going to keep going. Spirits of the earth's dead progress upward in grade, from plateau to plateau until they are eligible to become brides and bridegrooms of the Creator. The harvest ceremony, right? When they are taken to Etheria. Earth garden management centers around the harvest times. The basic earth garden history cycle, that is one rise and fall of civilization, a light and dark age, is called an arc, as in the words archaeology, archives, etc., and especially because this is how you measure time, in arcs. Check it out. Scientifically proven. Time is cyclical. The textbook arc is 3,000 years long. They talking about an Owaspy, and consists of 7.5 times. A time is 400 years. So when they say it's going to be a time and a half time, right? That's a 600-year span of time. Huh? Okay, let's say you was counting it from 1619. Let's say you was counting it from 1492. Okay. The textbook arc is 3,000 years long and consists of 7.5 times. A time, right? 3,000 years. 7.5 times 400, 3,000. Human harvests are gathered from atmosphere at the end of harvest seasons. So at 200, 400, 1,000 to the eat up. You dig what I'm talking about? 200 years. There are going to be great dans where people are harvested off the planet that have been on the planet and have raised up through the grades. This is called the bride and bridegroom ceremony, right? Human harvests are gathered from atmosphere, right, from the heavens, at the end of the harvest seasons. The harvest event is called a dan, we are coming towards the very first semi-dan or halftime of the cosmogony era. 25 years out, right? 1448, 2048, 2047 starting to light. Man, it's like, if y'all don't see this pacing, this speed, what it seems like time is speeding up, but it's actually not. The light is vibrating faster. So yeah, you about to see some diseases, you about to see some droughts, you about to see but you about to see governments flip-flop. And the top is going to be the bottom, and the bottom is going to be the top. This is that female goddess energy, man. This is that underdog energy. Have y'all been watching sports lately? Underdog been whooping butt for the last 20 years. Just let it sink in. For the last 20 years. So, right? Human harvests are gathered from atmosphere. These are the lower heavens that are attached to the earth at the end of harvest seasons. For instance, 200-year periods, 400-year periods, blah, 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 right? The harvest event is called a dam. The major harvest events corresponding to the start of a new arc is called Dana, or what happened in 1848 CE. That is high Dan, or high etheric light, begins off the arc. This is why we straight went into spiritualism. Everybody starts seeing ghosts, having seances, talking to spirits. The whole spiritual movement came 1848. And at the same time, it stopped the American-Mexican War. Actual arcs have durations from 2,400 to 3,600 years. And the harvest events or dans occur at 200, 300, 400, 500, and 1,000-year intervals, as shown in the accompanying charts, showing the actual arcs and their harvest according to OSP data. The first 200 years, listen, what year we in, y'all? It's year 2023, right? What year are we in the cosmogony era? Put it in the chat. If the cosmogony era started in 1848 and we are in the year of the Gregorian calendar 2023, how many years have passed? What year are we in into the cosmogony era? Put it in the chat. We're going to keep going. The first 200 years of every new arc, without exception, is under the management of Etherian angels called archangels. Why? Because they are the angels, the dominant angels who rule the entire arc. Even if they're not here, they have gods who rule by proxy in their order. But the thing is, even these Etherian angels work for and are created by and praise the Creator, Jehovah. Even these great angels that rule your planet, we've had 25 of them. We actually have a woman, a female, right? A female is the 25th god of this planet right now in the 175th year of the cosmogony era. Her name is Shesivi. She is an antidotus. She the one that took the oath to complete these things. Boy, it's gonna be something spectacular coming up. Listen, man. I am geeked. I can't wait to see what Jaja gonna do. I'm not scared, but I wouldn't listen. What if Jaja opened? Well, okay, first of all, for anybody who hip to the Owaspy story, they say that the Ions is extinct. What if the Ions aren't extinct? What if they're graduating, becoming brides and bridegrooms, and leaving the earth in 2048, and they are the ones who are going to take the harvest out, and Jaja gonna open up the sky and let us see it? Ooh, shit. Yeah, they'll say, oh, Cosmo, that's Project Bluebeam, dog. Yeah, laugh at that shit. That's as funny as some God coming back, gonna kill everybody else and leave 144,000 niggas left on the planet. Come on. I know I ain't everybody flavor, and I ain't about to keep apologizing every time I something flap. What you want me to tell you the truth, or you want me to baby you? Shay Seavey, a female, is true goddess today. So when they be praying to God and they don't be getting them answers, maybe they calling the wrong number. Because for the first 200 years of every new ark, without exception, is under the management of Etherian angels called archangels. They set the course, the Oren Oten of the earth garden for the rest of the ark before they leave at the first dan. The current Cosmon arc of Sulis began in 1848 CE, at which time the gates of heaven were opened. Communication and knowledge and inventions and the whole spiritual movement came after this time. 33 years later, exactly a generation later, we got Owaspy, the book of Earth, Sky, and Spirit, being miraculously brought back to the planet and through a white dentist. It's crazy. But the crazy, what's even crazier is the level of information that's in Owaspy. This so-called white dentist that everybody want to hate didn't take credit for it. As a matter of fact, he wanted people to believe it, so he didn't at first tell people how he got this. But people were smart enough to pick up and actually read the book, so they said, ain't no goddamn way. How you get this book? And then he told the story. And when you actually read the level of information in Owaspy, it's easy to perceive. No man could have thought of this stuff. It's too detailed. You would have to be the dude who did it to know all this information. You would have to be Jaja. And through somebody who worked for him. Through a man into a book, then to us. Nigga, that's fifth, sixth hand. I ain't bound to none of it, but when it reveals shit and you can look at it and objectively see it, nigga, I'm not about to trick myself. A car is a car. A man is a man. A dog is a dog. Right? That's what it is. Right? The current Cosmon era, the Ark of Sulis, began in 1848 CE, at which time the gates of heaven were open. Communication, knowledge, and inventions. Mortals acknowledged at the beginning of their industrial age. But have appropriated the inventions and knowledge for war. What did we do when we got the understanding of the atom? Man created a bomb. What does it say? Mortals acknowledge that the beginning of their industrial age, but have appropriated the inventions and the knowledge of the industrial age for war, ignoring the spiritual origin and intent. The angel in charge, who today is Shesivi Antithotis, right, of the earth and the atmosphere, or the heavens that belong with the earth, which comes in 3 levels: Hara, atmosphere, etheria. Many people call it nirvana too. The angel in charge of the earth and the atmosphere for the time between harvests or dance is called God of Earth, but not to be confused with Jehovah, the Creator. You see? Assisting God are several angels in charge of specific lands and their heavens, and they are called lords. During the first 200 years of each ark, God and his lords are Etherians. Etherian rule. Etherian bring great new knowledge and inspiration to the earth, a new civilization. After 200 years, they leave and turn over the management of earth to atmospherian angels, or atmospherian rule. For the rest of the ark, the Etherians return for each harvest or dan, which was at the 200, 300 years. You see what I'm saying? 1,000-year span is 7.5 of these every 3,000 years, roughly, right? The Etherians return for each harvest or dan, but do not remain with the earth until the dawn approaches the next ark. It is during the absence of the Etherians that the dark ages appear on the earth, when mortals destroy their libraries and reduce themselves to ignorance again. Histories of previous arcs are thereby lost until restored by the archangels, as in Owaspy. During the dark age of an ark, when the time between harvests is long, certain atmospherians in the past have assumed false godheads or kingdoms in the lower heavens and established false religions on earth in opposition to the true God and lords and Jehovah the Creator. The beast blood in humans asserting themselves, right? Remember, once the falsehoods of the previous arcs have been cleared away, there are no more false religions on the earth. Book of S, what is that? 14:3. There is no longer any reason for them. Book of Divinity, verse 12. False Eve angelism. Spiritual resurrection or everlasting life has always been a matter of angelic or Eve blood, not belief, not knowledge, but good works. See Lord's first book, 1:79, Lord's fifth book. Let's get that real quick. The Lord's first book. Um, 1:79. It's 1:79. Lord's 1:79. Tripping. All right. And it's 1 in 79. Okay. Let me go up. 79. Okay. The Lord said, now let's get back to what we were talking about. Spiritual resurrection or everlasting life has always been a matter of angelic or Eve blood, not belief, not knowledge, not good works. All right. Let's look at this. First book of the Lord's, 1 and 79. The Lord said, this is a matter of the seed and not of learning. Whoever is born from my chosen shall inherit my everlasting kingdom. When he's talking about the everlasting kingdom, he's talking about the etheric heavens. Lord's fifth book, 4 and 22. The Lord's fifth. Four and 22. All right. This thing, y'all gotta excuse my computer. It's moving a little slow today. It is overcast, kind of looking cool and chilly today. Now they said 4 and 22 in the Lord's fifth, right? Four and 22. Okay. Oh yeah. This was I was brought up earlier. Dig this. We're gonna go back to 21. Do not think, O man, that I did not foresee the time when men would question whether the Great Spirit ever placed a Lord over the earth, and that man would say, behold, there is no Lord and no God. For I foresee these times and provide angels to go in advance to show, first, the evolution of the races of men from out of the lowest darkness, and second, that the cause of the evolution came from the Great Spirit and was directed to righteousness, but would not have been so except for the Lord your God. For I left sufficient tribes to this day who dwell in darkness, even cannibals, as a testimony that of themselves they possess nothing to cause a desire for evolution into knowledge, peace, industry, love, and good works to one another. Look what y'all say. For I left sufficient tribes to this day, 2023, who dwell in darkness, even cannibals, as a testimony that of themselves, they possess nothing to cause a desire for evolution into knowledge. Huh? They don't have nothing in them if Jaja don't cause it to happen. That make man just want to progress. Oh, just evolve. Oh, yeah. No. Evolution, as they showing you, is genetic. There's no cause. You know what I mean? Watch this. This is dope right here. Man, will man not say one people was raised up in consequence of the presence of their neighbor and without a Lord or a God and the angels of heaven? Now, behold, I have left savages, at your door, and you do not raise them up, but destroy them, showing you that even your wisest and most learned have no power in resurrection. Neither have I left any way open for the resurrection of barbarians, except by examples of faithless. Listen to that. Final. Neither have I left any way open for the resurrection of barbarians, except, just like the Irons taught the drunks, and the drunks end up getting it, the barbarians still today. And when you say barbarian, remember what you're talking about. Many of your neighbors is some barbers. Many of you yourself may have come from a barbarous nature. But except, for example, to the faithless, and there's a whole different bunch of us. That's the thing. If you ever do, come on back to creating and get on in line, man, and do what you got to do, right? You're gonna figure out that there's somebody who like what you like. they already on it, doing it like, yeah, you did what I'm talking about, and they trying to get out there and do everything that you trying to do. You know what I mean? It come by inspiration a lot of times, man. I'm good. Listen, I thank Creator for my dude Sela Shalom, bro. The crazy part is, looking back at it, I wasn't in the physical way of being able to produce them type of vibes to get in tune with. You did what I'm talking about? And so I got it in a round. Well, it was direct, but it was, different. Cause my man's different, yo. He went and did some shit, and went through a whole ceremony, and all. It was crazy. It's crazy, all right? And look, he said, neither have I left any way open for the resurrection of barbarians, except by examples of faithless, who shall practice righteousness and miracles. Miracle here likely means proof of the spiritual world, and especially of the dominion of Jehovah in his heavens, right? Because we ain't about to. But more generally, a miracle may refer to fortuitous circumstances or results, which often attend a course of good works, because we could show them a different way of growing in their environment that helps whatever they're doing thrive. You dig what I'm talking about? We can give them different types of way to get running water. You dig what I'm talking about? That's a miracle. You dig what I'm talking about? Give them medicines. You dig what I'm talking about? That we know people may be suffering from that help. You know what I mean? Boom, that's a blessing. They cured. They living back on earth and good. They ain't got no more gout. They ain't, you know what I mean? They didn't detox. You dig what I'm talking about? We got a way for that. Listen, it's the cold part about Owaspy. You could be a gangster. Cold-blooded. I mean, cut from it. Jaja got a spot for you. You gonna have to see what you need to see anyway, and you wasn't gonna believe us no way. And since you already geared toward it, but you don't want to hurt nobody, but you willing to blast somebody who doing something to your family, those people turn into your army whether they want to or not. Because once you give a brotherhood a focus, it's a wrap. Jaja got a whole people called warrior faithists from that Ahuan nigga stock. They don't do nothing but praise Jah and kick ass. It is what it is. They always try to put us in the box of Christians. Y'all supposed to be soft and hella Christian-y. No, we will black your eye and then raise you up afterwards. Yeah, nigga, this the Cosmogony era. We gotta have great balance physically and spiritually. So I'll whoop your ass and then heal you after I'm done. To hook converts or fish for men and women, false and evangelists have taught unsuspecting mortals that Eve's mating with Adam was the original sin. They have taught that. And brought punishment on them and all their descendants, us. Compounding this, they further claim that the bloodshed by the executed martyr was to remedy the original sin, but only for those who accepted the martyr as their savior, though in reality an atmospherian impostor posing as true God of the earth. This net has successfully dragged in millions of followers. Has it not dragged in billions of Christians? Has this not the same idea and use of doctrine called religion, a belief, which means it's subjective. It doesn't come from fact. It comes from emotion. Emotional damage. Huh? This is why you got to believe in your God, because you don't know anything about him. Huh? Over billions of Muslims, over billions of Brahmins, billions of Buddhists. Huh? The net has successfully dragged in millions of followers on earth. These are the four beast heads of the religions whose labors and finances go not to serve mankind and thereby not Jehovah, but rather their own image and organization. The truth is, because of Eve's angels' sacrifice or volunteering to leave their Etherian heaven to visit the earth and live with the first humans in this garden, then remaining in atmosphere for hundreds of years after to raise them up, you and I have everlasting life. With the arrival of this Cosmon ark, everything on earth has it, and there are no strings attached. We all live after death. There is no choice. Our happiness and condition in atmosphere are determined by our grade, which is the ration of how much we have helped others relative to ourselves. The result of our actions during our lifespan, see the book of Judgment 2:1-7, that is everyone's fate or fete, the true cross or the crux of life, from which there is no escape. We daily write this record on our soul, right? Book of Judgment. Let's go check that out. Book of Judgment. 32. Go to it. No, won't go to it. Book of Judgment down here somewhere. Oh yeah. Now, what did he say it was? 2:1-7. All right. Let's get it. Let's get it. All right. 2. Hold on, I went too far. Okay. Here we go. Verse 2:1-7. Right. Now we're talking about the ration of how much we had helped others relative to ourselves, the result of all our actions during our lifespan, right? This is our life. That is everyone's fate. So you make yourself what you is. Right? What you do is what you chose to do. It's all on you. Creator just create possibility for it all. And you just choose. So at that point, Jaja slaving for you. But let's go look at the book of Judgment, chapter 2:1-7. God, ambassador of Jehovah, right? So Jehovah and God are not the same. God is the front man, the ambassador for the creator, not the creator. God, ambassador of Jehovah, says, you shall assemble for the communion of angels regularly and maintain intercourse with them. For in no other way can you demonstrate the immortality of the soul, continued life of the spirit after death. Doing this in the name of the Creator, Jehovah, Yahweh, right? And for spiritual light in regard to spiritual things. Whoever consults the spirits for earthly things shall fall in darkness. But when you assemble, let no man or spirit be a spectator to others. But as all men labor in the field to gather the harvest, so shall all members in the assembly, by prayer or by music, contribute a glory to the Father. Remembering that the humblest of prayers, even with weak words, if given with a full heart, is as strong to Jaja as the best oratory. From all men, the Spirit shall pour forth to the Father in praise, according to what has been created to it. Nor is more required of any man. So what he's telling you is to do your best at whatever it is you do. Whatever your highest ideal of self and doing and being, especially in gears of helping other people, do that with the best of your ability. No more is required of you or any man. Live to your highest light. Live to what you know is good and do whatever you want to do within reason of helping anybody. This don't mean go out here and do nothing negative. You don't get a pass to do that. But go out and do something good to the best of you, and do everything at the best of your ability. Keep it real, keep it funky at all times. Nor more is required of you. Huh? From which there is no escape. False evangelism of the past was not without purpose. In past arcs, certain races had to be taught spiritual concepts by stone and wooden idols, and afterwards by engraved images. Later on, for some of the mixed races, it became necessary to teach them an incarnated Jehovah or incarnated God in mortal form. And by sympathy for his sufferings, this is your Jesus idea, this is your Mithra, this is your Tulis, right? Anybody who died on the cross, right? Or put to death for any reason. You did what I'm talking about? This is your Bali, this is your Bellis. You did what I'm talking about? It became necessary to teach them an incarnated Yahweh, an incarnated creator, a savior in mortal form, and by sympathy for his sufferings, teach them how to follow his spirit up to heaven. We now live at the beginning of cosmogony. There is sufficient Eve blood in all humans now that these subterfuges of the past are no longer needed and shall be set aside. The time, Book of Fragapati, what is that, 24 and 28. The time of fulfillment of Jehovah's revelations is at hand. Book of Esra, Excel 12 through 15. It will be called the new dispensation. The Book of Judgment, what is that? 37:25. Let me see that. Book of Judgment, 37:25. All right. 37:25. Others being asked if they belong to the new dispensation shall say, no, we know nothing of it. Behold, we are good members of the church. And now all such matters were recorded in the heavens, and such mortals became known to me. And those who consult the spirits in regard to money making or to earthly matters or self-sake also became known to me. And I commanded my holy angels to withdraw from all mortals who were not working for Jehovah's new kingdom, who were of no profit in the resurrection of man. And behold, this was all so done. So be careful. You're talking to that ancestor. Right? Remember, whether you believe it or not, Cosmon gonna warn you. I'm about to warn you of something. You don't have to believe this. But when you're moving in the spiritual world, if you ever talk to one spirit at a time, don't believe nothing that nigga say. Oh, I'm your granddaddy. And I'm your great 37 grandfather, King Tut Moses. Get away from that nigga. If any angel come talk to you one-on-one, he falls. Cha-cha don't move like that. Look at the bees. Look at the ants. Look at the wasps. Look at all the hive-minded, army-like animals. They be moving as one. They don't do nothing on their own. They didn't inspire JBN that way. Owaspy reveals who the angels or the guardian angels of the Ashars today are. It's crazy. And they're the early aboriginals of America, the copper-colored people. Mm-hmm. Look at that. It's going to be called a new dispensation. Record of the current Earth Garden. From durations, right? The era, first era, second era, third era, fourth era, fifth era, sixth era, right? Into the seventh era, Cosmon era. They have it down as Oranothan. We can all be wrong. Oranothan is what Shay CV did. This is why she is Shay. This is why she's Shay CV, who is the god of the 25th arc cycle, or the very first of Cosmon. They call it Hiram. Right? It says CV Antithotis. She took why she got the Antithotis is a title. Her name is Shay CV. Let me show you what this really looked like, because I perfected Demons. He the first man to break it down, but he was wrong on this right here, where he said the it's under the Etherian, right? He got the gods' names right. Satantes, but you get down here to the 25th arc cycle, and he says Oranothan. Nope, that's the orders that the god was moving under. That is the look. You can tell it's the light in oath. Oranothan means light from the heavenly throne. This is what this means. This is the walking orders of Shay Sivi, the Oranothan, right? Who took the oath of Oren, of the light of the throne of heaven, right? The orders, and became an Anotis, someone who does the Oranothan. Shay Sivi Antithotis. Anothotis. Anothotin. Right? These are the walking orders. It's not the God. Let me show you what that's really supposed to look like. Right? What does it say right here? And there shall rise up those who will do these things, and because of their success, they shall be also be a testimony of the iron race, in whom I laid the foundation for the redemption of the whole earth. Let me go to this one. And let's show you how Cosmon did. Shout out to Jim Demon, excuse me. But I took it and I perfected it. Booyaka. And if you look down here, right? Look over here. Let's go to the 25th arc cycle. Remember, he had Lika, right? Nirvanian, right? He had Lika, right? The harvest in millions. I didn't put the harvest down. because I can't be sure about none of the rest of these, right? He does have the grade of the God, and look, right? I mean, not greater than God, but the grade of the people coming off the planet. Look in the second era right here, 21,000 years after the creation, right? The people are coming off the planet as 99s, virtual gods. This is right here, ninth. Watch this, right? In the ninth. The times of Seisha. She was the inspector of the world. This is the very first civilization right here, 47,323 BC to 44,623 BC, or from roughly 50,000 years ago to 47,000 years ago during the ninth arc cycle, which was a 2,700 year span of time called Jisin. This is where you get your first civilizations. This is your so-called Atlantis. And when I tell you they had some shit, they had some shit. Because most of what we see, all the big pyramids, all the stuff lined up to about 15 degrees, you dig what I'm talking about? Don't stop and get crushed to this time, 17. The 17th arc cycle. Look at all this time between the 9th and the flood in the 17th. Look, the Ark of Noah under the Etherian god Ave, or the Orion chief Ave. The flood happens all the way back up here, right? 8 whole arc cycles, or 24,000 years before, or roughly 49,000 years ago. You dig what I'm talking about? We find ourselves just as far as from the flood. This is just as far as from the flood as we are from the flood. We down here 8 arc cycles later after this double that, 48,000 more years of history we don't know nothing about. And these people left a lot of these great pyramids and stuff that we see. We don't know that these people, when it circa 22,000 years during the flood, you dig what I'm saying? Many of them was just picking up pieces of stuff that had been going on since way back here, since 50,000 BC. Look, I wrote it in the BC times so everybody can see, like before Cosmon to now, but look at the BCE to CE timelines right here. Look, I'm talking about from 47 to 44, we got the very first civilizations. You dig what I'm talking about? He got the grades of the people during the first 16 cycles. That's revealed in the synopsis of 16 cycles. Y'all can go check that out in OWASP. You dig what I'm talking about? Now, this is handwritten, but he got it right, basically. Etherian arc summaries, textbook arc cycle, Osiris, 12 and 3, prophecy cut B, 1 arc or 7.5 times, or dans. These are semi-dans. At the beginning is a dana, right? Time of high light. Dan means light, right? Ha means of the creator, or high light. Etherian light comes at the beginning of every arc cycle, or 3,000 year span of time. And in the first 200 years, right, you get a harvest on average. Then 400. You dig what I'm saying? But sometimes creative put 50-year intervals in there to where it'll have a boom, 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 back to back to back. You dig what I'm talking about? Because the people are maybe high raised, or going into graduating into the higher Ethereal realms even faster because they was living better lives on Earth. You dig what I'm talking about? Certain people lived at times where the Earth was a paradise. You dig what I'm talking about? What would you teach these people? They would already be doing everything that they were supposed to be doing, helping people 100% of the time, doing nothing but good. Nothing, you wouldn't do nothing but good. Wouldn't be nothing else to do but good. Now, this is the basic arc seasons, right? The length is variable between 2,400 and 3,600 years. It's Book of Ashong Danai, right? Or the time of high Ethereal light that comes at the beginning of every 3,000 year period. Most usually lasts between 1 and 8 years. That is the new age. There is a half time, right? At the beginning of the new age, it's 200 years half time, right? And then you get virtue, light, peace, right? For the next 400 years. This is what's coming in Cosmon. We 175 years into this 200. Look what comes. Virtue, light, peace. For 400 years. And then this is the rise and fall in nature of the Dans and arc cycles. For the first 600 years, we are going to be supermen. Then decline begins. But we generally still rise. You dig what I'm talking about? We're still rising, but it's leveling off and coming back down. Right? This is 1.25 times, or 500 years. Right? 200, 400, 1.25. Right? A quarter of 400 is 1. 1.25 is 500. Then the decline begins after the 600 year period. Right? Now, after 1,100 years, right, we get evening, or the cooling off, the dying off. The people are returned to barbaric ways and they burn their libraries. And for the next 600 years or 1,700 years of this arc cycle, you dig what I'm talking about? You totally go into oblivion, darkness, ignorance, and vice, like it says right here. You enter into a dark age, right? Where ignorance and vice is, and you're in it for 2.5 times. So 1,000 years or more. And then we get head back up toward dawn. And these are variable lengths, right? But all on average 3,000 year spans. Actual arc records in the third circle of Savorcum, 7th magnitude Garden, 24th Danai, right? This is for the Arc of One. 24th Danai of Hawk, right? This is when man with spiritual ability was born, when Eve made it with Asu. Seth and Tees ruled the Arc of Wayne for the first 200 years. Then when people be talking about Jaja, it comes from the ancient understanding of Haja. Shout out to Ja Rastafari, man, all my people over there in the islands, man. Big up. You dig what I'm talking about? Found out like what my 6th great grandmama some shit is from French Guyana, man. So big up to the Caribbean, man, all my loved ones out there. Haja, this is where you get Haja Jaja. An instance of why they tying Ja to the creator. These people still rep the real creator. They father. They know Selassie is different from the creator. They know. They're not no fool. They know Selassie is just a representation of what could be, what should be. He's a good man. You see what I'm saying? So they show him reverence. They don't praise him. You dig what I'm talking about? That's why they say Tara Rastafari. Yeah. Yeah. This is the 5th era of the Ethiopian age. Going down, just showing the breakdown of the arc cycles. You dig what I'm talking about? Look at the Ark of Noah. Right? First 200 years. Right? This is the 17th arc cycle, 3,600 year span of time. First 200 years. Right? Half time. Then you get a full time. Right? 600 years. What happens in the 600 year of the time of Noah, or the Ark of Noah, the flood? Right? You got 1.5 times. Right? To the 3,600 year. Right? Of the 17th arc cycle was ran down and ran through. Right? Pond didn't sink here. Right? You see right here, it say pond sunk. That's wrong. Pond sunk here. So we even check our faith as brothers, man. We go through that. You know, it's all in love because we want to get the truth. We've been lied to for so long. You dig what I'm talking about? These is the arc cycles already broke down. You dig what I'm talking about? But remember we was talking about that high raised society in the 9th, right? This is the 8th. In old hood. You know what? I ain't even gonna share that. Yeah, people you dig what I'm talking about. And if you can draft something from that, go ahead, man. I'm gonna go ahead and show it. You dig what I'm talking about? If you can get something from it, go ahead. I don't think you dig what I'm talking about. People I can't say what they're gonna do with it, but everybody ain't supposed to have the knowledge. Everybody's supposed to go get the knowledge. And those who go get it will have it. But you understand, man, that, man, this shit's so cliche, but it's true. With great responsibility, with great power comes great responsibility. Man, this is no joke. When Owaspy say that our book today is a power, then it's not playing. Huh? Look at that. How authentic is Owaspy? Absolutely clear channels are rare when none of the receiver's personality or ideas color the finished product. How clearly was Owaspy perceived? Let's see. Book of Owaspy 24 says, not immaculate is this book, Owaspy. Uh-oh. I ain't never seen the holy book say, I ain't the absolute true word of God. I would rather say a nigga like, look, man, I tried my best. You dig what I'm talking about? But it came through a man. I never heard God admit that. Owaspy was straight off the top and shot straight off the top. This is one of the reasons I start reading it. Like, what? Not immaculate is this book at Owaspy, right? Let's go look at that. It is reiterated by Judgment 20 and 29. Immaculate means spotted, having a blemish or an error. Immaculate means having no spot. Excuse me. One error in Owaspy may serve as proof that Dr. Newborough was not personally involved with its contents. The following chart illustrates the correct order of the Orion field plates from 53 to 55 in the 1882 edition, plates 53 through 57 in the 1891 editions. These plates have been out of order and incorrectly captioned in every edition of Owaspy thus far published. Each cut represents 9,000 years instead of 3,000 years. When the plates are rearranged in correct order and assigned to the arcs they correspond to, the cosmogony arc begins in Hui, confirmed by the Book of Knowledge 4 and 20. The last cut, looking different than the others, is of the three arcs to follow the current cosmogony arc of Suis. Ooh-wee. I.e. the future. Suis is the ability to see spirit. Are we going to go back into the old iron mind state with these big physical strong bodies? Ooh, they're going to be mutants. If Dr. Newborough had knowledge of what he was receiving, he would not have placed the plates out of order, nor applied captions incorrectly. Neither did he correct the problem in the 1891 edition, which is what I got. Owaspy was received clearly and is then an authentic representation of the records in the libraries of heaven. First Book of God, chapter 28. Yeah, that's always a fire book. Yeah, the First Book of God, that thing fire. Hold on, we gonna go look at that. First Book of God, chapter 28. Man, that's that thing fire. I ain't gonna lie. When they told me this is how, man, watch what he say, bro. Watch what he say, man. This is how holy books are written. This is crazy. Hold on, let me get that on here. Chapter 28. Let me just a little bit. Watch this. Okay, chapter 28. Dig this. This blew my mind. Watch this. Dang. Dang. Fire. Fire. Look at this. Chapter 28, First Book of God. God said, "Be wise, O man, in the words of your God. My records do not come up out of the ground, nor from books of mortals. I open my heavenly libraries and find my living sons and daughters who once trod the earth." So he go back and find the people who lived during that time and rebroadcast their lives, which means ours are being recorded every second too. I open up my heavenly libraries and find my living sons and daughters who once trod the earth at those times, and and their light. Look at this. Their light. Right? What was going on at that time? I don't need to know. I don't got to go back in time in a time spaceship, return to the future spaceship to go back in time. Time come to me. Why? Because Jaja seeing true God to open up the heavenly libraries, and he go back and he find the lives that was recorded for the living people who lived during that event that I'm trying to look at 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 years ago. And their experience, their light, he recast down again to mortals in a stream of fire. And lo, my words are rewritten or translated or formed into corporeal words. Look at this. Look at this. Look right here. Search for the evidence of my footsteps on the earth. Find the people who stand by the Creator, the All One, the God of all created gang. Gang, man, you bring them, we raise them. Who can shake their faith? Who could tell Malachi Maccabee about Jeebus? who could trick Selah Shalom with Jeebus? Who could feed these niggas with your story of a savior born a woman, a man, no better than you? What you're going to soon find out is God is no better than you. Listen to the voice of millions of China and ancient India, Vindu, and the remnants of the Algonquins, the Negroes, the Anguis of America. Their Bibles are our power to this day. Their people are appalled at the work of your bloody sword. They will not fall down and worship as you decree. They know, look at this, they know that Jehovah is mightier than you. Be considerate of all races of men and their doctrines, rites, and ceremonies. Behold, I raise up the nations of the earth in my own way, according to the times and conditions of mortals. So do I minister to them, my heavenly kingdoms. Ooh-wee. Jehovah's kingdom will be established spontaneously. Look at that. Beginning in this land, in America, prior. Seventh-day Faith has brought it out. 159 years this thing was going to be held back. That's 2020. That's 27. That's 20,000. 2007. Guess who got it in 2007? That's right, the homie Selah Shalom. And we the first fruits of the niggas to ever even really get on WASP, and look what we doing with it. I asked somebody a while ago, well, how the hell did we even get to the Creator? Yeah, it came out of nowhere. And it was just a power. And it's been moving ever since. Beginning in this land, America, prior to 2048, when the Etherians leave. But actually they won't leave till roughly about 2053, 2052, 2053. It's a 5-year dance. Beginning in this land prior to 2048 CE, when the Etherians leave. But beforehand, a WASP will be translated and published worldwide, the general public coming to learn of it. Neither shall evil, darkness, and misery cease on the earth until Jehovah liberates the nations and their armies go away like snow in the summer, like snow in the sun of summer. In every garden, cosmon is like a new birth, brought about by much labor and pain. The omissions from and changes to a WASP from the original manuscript Dr. Newborough received in 1881 is assurance that a WASP itself shall not become an object of adoration or worship. A WASP is maculate or blemished, as all books are. While a WASP was written In the words of Jehovah, the Creator, it is not Jehovah's word. The Creator has never, ever written any book or Bible, nor does he speak or write in human words. See the book of Ave 1:4-9. In the words of Jehovah means that someone inspired by the Creator formed the inspiration into words. All words are formed either by spirits or mortals. In the case of Owaspi, the words were written by Etherians and transmitted to Dr. John Ballou Newborough via automatic typewriting. The Patience Worth books were written in a similar manner years later. I never heard of the Patient Worth books. I'm going to have to look that up. Let me see. Let me look at this. The Patient Worth book. What is it? Let me try this. Not the Patient. I have to do some digging on this. I never heard of that. The Patient Worth books were written in the same Patient Worth. I never heard of that. Words must stand on their own merit, irrespective of origin, nor is the value of Owaspi greatly diminished by the omissions and revisions, since its purpose is to free mankind from dependence on indirect inspiration, any words, including Owaspi. The aim is for its reader to learn to hear. It's right on the cover. It's right on the cover. The whole purpose of Owaspi is for you to learn how to hear Jehovah directly while fully conscious, not in no trance, I'm talking about while you walk around driving a car. You can hear Creator directly while fully conscious. His voice is not audible words like human speech, but in trees and rocks and all things without tongues like emotions. Spiritual things must be spiritually received with new senses, suis and eth. A prophet may translate what is received into words, but all inspiration in words is secondhand to the listener or reader. It is one thing to listen to a witness, but better to be the witness. When the suis and the eth senses are developed in the cosmon brotherhoods, they will reestablish the college of prophecy, as Samuel did in the previous cycle. The original text of Owaspi will be recovered. We found the John Lamp plates. And they will write new revelations, superior to all others. For in olden time, faithists were only instruments of revelation. In Cosmon, now they are to become actual prophets themselves. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Book of Ave 1:4-9. Book of Ave. It's crazy. This thing amazes me every time I crack it open. I've never ceased to be amazed, man. I've read this stuff over and over and over, and every single time is something new. You see it in a different way than you then you saw it, man, it's amazing. There's actually nothing like Owaspy in the world. I didn't look, I didn't read, man, I didn't searched. There's nothing like it. It's different. It's different. I ain't scared of no book. I went off up in that, and boy, when that thing start punching right, that thing starts sitting. Woo! When I heard all is, all was, all shall ever be, and the all spoken motion was and is and ever shall be, and being positive, it was called he and him. I said, damn. I started knowing right then. Look at this. Look at this. Let's go down. Let's highlight some of this stuff and go into it real quick. The voice of Jehovah, the creator of worlds, came to me in the Ark of Noah. This is 8th. This is the God who sunk the continent of Pan, what y'all think is Atlantis and Lemuria and Mu, which is actually Mai. But it was a massive continent. It's as big as the Pacific, roughly. From roughly Chilean, Bolivian, South America, all the way to Japan. It's massive, right? And is now the floor of the Pacific. This is the God who works for the creator speaking. His name is 8th, right? His name is 8th. Let me hold on, man. Let me go grab these wraps real quick. We gonna finish this up. Hold on. Let me grab these wraps real quick. Let me throw on some jams real quick. Right there. If you're getting a little something up out of it, yeah. If you're getting a little of that etheric light, man, catching a little of that gamma ray, maybe a little of that infrared up off that thing, man, throw your boy Cosmogony and a 5 in the chat. Throw me a 5 in the chat, man. Now, this is true God during the 17th arc cycle after the creation of man, or the Ark of Noah, or the time of the great deluge, the flood that we always hear about. It's allegorical. The flood of the Bible, the story, first of all, was taken from Babylonia. You dig what I'm talking about? Through Egyptian stories and other, but everybody got a flood story. You dig what I'm talking about? So that proved right there that everybody ain't lying. Something happened. We know exactly when it happened. 22,553 BC, 600th year of the time, or quote unquote life of Noah. Okay. And the voice of this is 8th speaking. The guy who sunk the continent, that caused the great deluge. The voice of Jehovah, creator of worlds, came to me in the Ark of Noah, saying, I am the all highest. My service extends forever. I do not go, but I am far away. I do not come, and yet I am near. My voice is in all places. The light of the soul of man hears me. I speak in the vine that creeps and in the strong standing oak. Hear my voice. Hear the voice of your creator, O angels of heaven. Carry the wisdom of my utterance down to mortals. Call them to the glories of the heavens in the broad earth. Behold, my voice is in the rocks. What is he talking about? My voice is in the rocks. The magnetism. So when we look at the mountains, we see that the magnetism is extended in every which way direction and doesn't have a single path, which proves, right, that every part of the earth has been east, every part has been west, every part has been south, and every part has been north. Every part of our planet has been the North and South Pole. The magnetism in the mountains or the rocks prove it, or what they call magnetism. They read in vortex, but just to stay scientific, to keep everybody in line for what we're talking about. This is called magnetic declination, and we know that the force that they call magnetism, which produces what we call true north and magnetic north, which are two different things. True north stays still, magnetic north moves. That is the force or the lesser force of vortexia. The greater force which acts east to west upon the planet at our axis and actually spins the planet and gives it its most energy is east to west at our equator. The lesser force, which is cold, all ether is cold, all energy is cold till it is expounded in a spark, which they call electricity. It's all one force. But hear the voice of your creator, O angels of heaven. Carry the wisdom of my utterance down to mortals. Call them to the glories of the heavens and the broad earth. Behold, my voice is in the rocks and in the winds that blow, and in all things that do not have tongues. Show them my suns and stars in the firmament above, for they are my written words. My voice proceeds in the space of heaven. The wise angels of my exalted places hear the sound going forth. Listen to my speech, O spirits of the dead. Proclaim me, O gods and goddesses. They look for me like they look for things. Huh? Ain't that true? I'm even guilty of that. Hit me with a 6 in the chat. If you was looking for Jaja before, like you was looking for a lost sock. I know it ain't only me. Hit me with a 6 in the chat. Hit me with a 6 in the chat. If you ever look for Jaja, like you was looking for a thing. I did. I'm guilty of that. They listen for my voice like they listen for man's voice. And they don't find me or hear what I have spoken. Yet none can efface my words. They can't act like they ain't hear me. They can't act like they ain't seen me. My wisdom endures forever. Behold, I do not come as a sound to the ear. My voice goes quickly into the soul from all sides. Teach them, O angels, they do not look in the right place. Their ears are tuned after loud claps and noises. They cry out, alas, I do not hear the voice of Jehovah. Hey, listen. Just think about this, man. Shout out to my boy Sonetta, man. The leader of the House of Consciousness doesn't understand spirituality. He doesn't agree or understand that there is a life after this, even after Osir told him. It's still hard to perceive from a dude who do believe. He just don't believe what that bullshit they talk about in that religion. He's smart for that, but you know what I mean? And shout out to my brother Sonetta, because he almost got it, man. Man is God. Man is Satan. Correct. Satan means self. You know, shout out to all the GITs and gods and training out there, man. You know? Teach them, O angels, they do not look in the right way. Their ears are turned after loud claps and noises. They cry out, alas, I do not hear the voice of Jehovah. He has not spoken. No man has heard his voice. He is the all silent and dumber than things he created. Wow. Wow. They have turned away from my God and my Lord. They have shut themselves up in conceit and darkness. They have peopled the air of the earth, atmosphere with spirits of darkness, the drudges of men of darkness and cannibals. Their feetles float back upon them like devouring vermin. They burrow deep in pollution. Huh? This is what was going on at the earth during the time of the flood. Huh? This is what was going on. Let me show y'all. Let me show y'all what was going on. Why the flood? Let me show you. Have they not said, who is God that I should adore, and the Lord that I should listen? But I turn my eyes to the armies of the earth and to the generals and captains. Then I say, your affairs on earth are officered and disciplined. We revere our highest and great captains. Shall they turn God away, and the Lord what shall the Creator do to please them? Is the name of my general God, and my captain Lord not my own creation? Who founded the name of God and the name of the Lord? Who created that? This is Jaja asking the question. Why are they not pleased with my gods and my Lord? Hear me, O Ethereal gods and goddesses. They do not desire wisdom and resurrection. Their love lies in darkness. To eat, to sleep, to devour are the delights of their soul. The first lesson of life they have not learned. The first heaven of the earth is to them all of the created worlds. Hear my judgment upon them, O my holy angels long risen. For I've raised them up again and again. I have founded lower heavens for them so they could learn, but they fall the moment my gods leave them alone. Now I will carry away their heaven and earth, and they shall be seen no more forever. So what happened was the heavens above the continent of Pan, which is now the floor of the Pacific, was going to be removed because the spirits kept getting lower and lower and lower and lower. It's like trying to cure an infectious disease in a disease-filled room. You know what I mean? So it gets tough. Now I will carry away their heaven and the earth, and it shall be seen no more. But the drudges and feeders shall be carried to Hatam and cast into walls of fire, and they shall be divided up into groups. Kin shall be torn away from kin, friend from friend, mother from daughter, and father from son, for they have become like absorbents, sucking one another continually. And the walls of fire shall go up around them without ceasing, and they shall not escape. And those who guard them shall keep them from one another, so that they do no evil. Neither shall they rest nor sleep, because what they was doing was raping and having sex with each other also. But they shall be stirred up and made to know that they are alive and can exist independent of fetal sucking, because they have become drudges, feeding on men. Hear my voice, O God, and command your Lord to proclaim the earth. I have not made an example before mortals. See the carrion that rots in the field? Is it not the feast of the hyenas, the wolf, and the buzzard? Do worms not come to life in it, and in turn devour the carcass that brought them forth? What more is earth upon to these spirits of evil, of darkness? What more is their first heaven than a place of perpetual devouring? Have they not made it a place of everlasting destruction? They visit their evils upon mortals. The young child cannot escape them, nor can the middle age, nor the old man, nor the old woman. The heavenly kingdoms founded by gods and lords have become pest house for Jujas and Fetals. Fetal is a spirit who sucks on another. It's a like a parasite, but a spiritual being, a human, a one-time man. But he feeds off your sustenance. This is the beginning of the idea of the vampire. There is no place left for founding the upright and virtuous in heart. You know what I mean? So, you dig what I'm talking about? Watch this. They be always asking, well, why he do all that? Why he kill all that? You know what I mean? Man, it degraded down to cannibalism, and there was only 12,420 people who was left on the earth who could repopulate it. This is your so-called story of Ham, Shem, Yafet. Yeah, and y'all got the 3-part story. You dig what I'm talking about? But really, it's you only got 3 parts of a 5-part story. Now, look what gosh, look what Creator said. Hear me, O God. He talking to God. He talking to Ape. And through your lords, answer him in his conceit. Did I not quicken man in their life in my own way? At 0 I created him, and I said, 2 roads I have made, O man. One leads to everlasting light, and the other to everlasting darkness. Now I have shown him the darkness. It is my witness, through which man knows my word is all truth. Why then should I not create the world and men and angels that they go down? Why then should I not create the world and men and angels that they go down toward everlasting darkness? Is it not by darkness and pain that I push man forward? Yes, the conceited man would fail himself were it not for the failures I set up before him. In what way, then, have I not created wisely? Look at this. Do I not have a right to do my own way? This is the Creator speaking. Are all things not mine? If a man dies in the corporeal part, he is a failure. Let me reread that. If a man dies in the corporeal part, in your physical death, is he a failure? He's asking a question. How else could man rise to my ethereal world? Open his eyes, O my God, my lords. He was not, and I created him. He presumes to look into my plans and judgments by his little learning and exalts his conceits and pretends to know all things. I cause the grain to grow in the field in the day before it is ripe. I send wind and rains and destroy it utterly. I bring forth man with shapely limbs and strong, but in the day of his prime, I cut him down. I gave the passion of love to the mother, but I take away her firstborn. Do I not know that first of all things man shall be taught to know my power, and after that my wisdom? Have they seen the places of the dead in hell and destruction? Teach them, O God, for the ultimate resurrection is my glory and my delight. Shall man of earth say that the Creator was angry? Oh, ain't that what they say in the Bible? That the Creator was angry and so sent the land beneath the ocean? He does not have wisdom to comprehend that in this day I cast out hell and destruction. The Druge is his love. And as vampires, they feed on each other to the ruin of both. But I know what is for their own good, and my decree has gone forth. He's saying y'all niggas can't perceive what I'm talking about. Yeah, man. Shout to the OG Jim Demon, man. He brought out some heavy stuff. That's real talk. You know what I mean? But I ain't gonna keep y'all too long, man. If y'all got a little something up out of that, you know what I mean? Hit your boy with a super 7 in the chat. Hit me with that super 7, that oh yeah. Shout out to the sister Tabitha. Like, peace, big girl. Man, yeah. Any questions or anything? Indeed. Creator is undefeated. Gotta get props for that song. I ain't gonna say nothing. Shout to Tick. First fruits of the niggas. Indeed. Nigga lights. G-bus. Hey, look. Hey, Melly. I ain't fronting. That thing came out of nowhere. I woke up, I was in the group, and we was running. Day one. You dig what I'm talking about? How is it that niggas from all across the world got together and is speaking the exact same thing? Huh? How are we from 4 different parts of the world saying the same thing? I haven't shook my brother Malachi Maccabee hand yet. Y'all ain't even know that. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Let me see. Let me pull this Owaspy up. Let me go back up here real quick. I believe it is the voice of man. Let me get up in here real quick. Let me get up in here real quick. Okay, I want to say it's 25. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Man, my computer freezing up. Come on. The computer is freezing up. There is a prophecy. A lot of people run by it. Here we go. Here we go again. We can start over here at 24. Voice of Man 1 and 24. Not immaculate is this book of Waspy. Right? But what right after that, Waspy tell you it's not immaculate, nigga. This ain't, it's only one thing perfect. Ain't no book perfect. And it's third, fourth hand by the time you got it. Not immaculate is this book of Waspy. But what is its purpose? Why is Owaspy here? To teach mortals how to attain to hear the Creator's voice and to see his heaven, to see it in full consciousness while still living on the earth, and to know in truth the place and condition waiting for them after they die. So you already gonna know where you gonna go. That's the whole point of Owaspy. So you can learn to hear it yourself, so you don't need no middleman. And look, neither this created game. This the four horsemen. This Malachi Maccabee right here. This Cosmon Cal. This Daryl Cosmon. This Selah Shalom right here. Neither are nor were the revelations in Owaspy wholly new to mortal. So Zarathustra got this, Abram got this, Poe got this, Brahma got this, Chinese, Sakaya, Yeshua. Neither are nor were the revelations in this Owaspy wholly new to mortals. The same things have been revealed. Now listen, the same things have been revealed at the same time to many who live at remote distances from one another. That's not only in physical distance, but also in time. But who were not in correspondence till afterwards. That is exactly Cosmon Cal, Selah Shalom, Malachi Maccabee, and Daryl Cosmon. Because the same things have been revealed at the same time to many who live at remote distances from each other, but who were not in correspondence till afterwards. How many of y'all know I didn't never shake Malachi's hand? How many of y'all know that I didn't give Daryl Cosmon a hug yet? I think my nigga need a hug. Selah needs something. You think I'm talking about? Oh, man. Crazy ass New Yorker. Oh, man. But who were not in correspondence till afterwards. Did y'all know we hadn't met each other? How we on one quarter like this? How we live at remote distances from each other? But didn't know till afterwards, after we met each other. Because this light is comprehensive, which means it encompasses everything, embracing the corporeal, the spiritual, It is called the beginning of the cosmon era, and because it relates to earth, sky, and spirit, it is called spirit. Now, right? So the purpose of Owaspi, right, was not to produce the perfect book, but to show mortals how to attain to hear the Creator's voice, right? Like my brother brought out, man, y'all go on Honor and Humility, sub, like, share over there, man, and go see my brother Malachi Maccabee and Daryl Cosmon on they breakdown the science of earth, sky, earth, and spirit last night, man. It was dope, right? From the Panic language, the first language of earth, meaning sky or heaven, and equaling earth, and spi equaling spirit. The spi, right? Why? Because this light is comprehensive, embracing all corporeal and spiritual things, and it's called the beginning of the cosmon era. And because it relates to earth, sky, and spirit, it's called Owaspi. What is it here for? To teach mortals how to attain and hear the Creator's voice. Who don't want to? I don't know about you. I don't want to hear it. I do hear it. I hear it way more now. I see him more too. I know that sounds weird, but you start to see that spiral and that vortex everywhere, man. To teach mortals how to attain to hear the Creator's voice and to see his heavens, man, in full consciousness. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. Shout out to Awaken to Truth Ministries. My sister Pam, can't forget about Sister Pam. She's been rocking hard for some years. You know, I get up in the mornings, you dig what I'm talking about, when taking the kids to school. I listen to Sister Pam. She be thugging, man. And I like her family. You dig what I'm talking about? Her husband is a real Israelite, a real Hebrew nigga. But he allowed this, he know he got a good one. So she gonna go look. She gonna bring it back like, Papa, look at this. And being real, and he know she not gonna bring him nothing that would ever put him in harm or jeopardy or whooped or whopped or whoop. She just show him something better. And then she whip out a waspy. This is why he can't deny it. He know that light right. But you had to have a good woman to bring that out too. Shout out to the Sister Pam, man. Oh, man. Definitely can't forget about her, man. What's the name of her? Awaken the Truth Ministries. Y'all go Awaken the Truth Ministries and sub, like, share over there at Sister Pam. She be getting it in, man. She do the work. That's more than what I could say for a lot of people. You dig what I'm talking about? She do the work. That's what I like. Shout out, man. Shout out to her, man. You know what I mean? Read chapter same Malachi. Notice that it's the priest who doing the robbery. What's he saying? What is that? What a man. Where is that script? Cause got a whole new answer now. Creative undefeated. It's just the tip of crazy. Would a man rob God? Where is that script? Because I've got a whole new answer now. She created is undefeated. Facts. Let me say Malachi 3 and 10. Hold on, man. Hold on, man. Y'all all so crazy. Y'all all so crazy stuff, man. Hey, man. Shout out to the Nazarenes, the Essenes, all the Israelites, aka the faithists, praises of the Great Spirit, Thomasina, the Yamasee. Shout out to the TN, the Vrishvedi, also known as the Siddhya Sadhu of India. You dig what I'm talking about? The praises of the Great Spirit in Persia. Shout out to all my Russian faithists. Boy, it's so many Russian faithists. Crazy to blow your mind. Go look online. Shout out to all the Russian faithists. Shout out to faithists in Japan. Didn't know that there was so many faithists in Japan. Shout out to y'all. You dig what I'm talking about? But it makes sense. Sure makes sense. But damn, I've been on here 5 hours. Man, let me shut up, man. I'm gone, man. This your boy Cosmon, man. Hey, want you to breathe in, let the light in, man. I'm Cosmon, man. I'm out.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh,
it's that Japheth, that Chow Mein, that Papabul, that Tao Mein, since sun south in the Arc of Wayne. My brain moving like Tao Sang, so ass above, it's so below. That up and that down thing, this flow is atmospherian. I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing current? See, the pattern is ponic, I'm reaching out for my people. Oh, watch me flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the ethers. And when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing political. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door star. In the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar. Oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahuin is now a Angui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you making salat. Well, I'm a Israelite, I'ma make him at the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super